Excellencies, distinguished guests, we will soon get started. I would please invite you to find a seat. Excellencies, honorable and distinguished guests, a very good afternoon to you all. For those that are here at the Hôtel de Ville, the Paris Mayor's office, but also to those that are following us online, and welcome to this event on strengthening access to long-term financing for sustainable development in cities and globally. This event is co-organized by the Paris Mayor's Office and the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the SDSN, and this event is also affiliated to the Paris Summit for a new global financial pact that is starting tomorrow morning. So it's wonderful to see so many of you here in the room to discuss this topic, but also a couple of hundreds of people connected online. My name is Guillaume Lafortune. I'm the Vice President of the SDSN and also the head of the Paris office, and I'll be the Master of Ceremony for today and moderating also one of the sessions. Let me start first by thanking the Paris Mayor's Office, and in particular Mayor Hidalgo, for hosting us today in this beautiful Salle des Arcades. Let me also add that you can follow the event either in English or in French. For those of you that are in the rooms, there are headsets available at the entrance, and for those online, there's a YouTube link in English and one in French. So we will hear in a second welcoming remarks from Mayor Hidalgo, but also from Professor Sachs, the president of the SDSN. And this event is structured in two main parts. The first part is on priorities for financing SDGs in cities and region, and it will feature the launch of the SDSN Global Commission for Urban SDG Finance. This new commission is co-chaired by Mayor Hidalgo, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, and Mayor Eduardo Paes from Rio de Janeiro, and we will hear also in a moment the keynote speech from Mayor Paes. The second part of this event is on implementing the global SDG stimulus, and will feature the launch of the 2023 Sustainable Development Report, including the SDG Index. This is the 8th edition of this report, which tracks the performance of all UN member states on the sustainable development goals, and discusses also priorities for restoring and accelerating progress on the goals. So, without further ado, we will hear some welcoming remarks from the Mayor of Paris, Madame Anne Hidalgo. Madame Hidalgo, the floor is yours.
Welcome, dear friends, and I want to speak in French, and bienvenue, bienvenida
Welcome.
A todos y a todos en este Ayuntamiento de París. Cher Jeffrey Sachs,
Dear Jeffrey Sachs,
cher ami, cher
dear Professor, dear friend, dear Eduardo Paes, Mayor of the city of Rio, who I'm happy to greet once again in the Hôtel de Ville de Paris. Dear friends, economists, men and women who are involved in the fight against climate change. I want to thank you all and tell you that I am very pleased to be welcoming you in the Hôtel de Paris. We were present in a great number many years ago. I can see the mayor of Vancouver, Mauricio Rodas, who is mayor of Quito. We met during the summit of 1,000 mayors, a summit which was held before COP21, which is the COP that led to the Paris Agreement. It is once again a great pleasure to see you all in the Paris City Hall. Our house is burning faster and brighter. We only have to open up our eyes and to read the news to see that there are forest fires raging on, more notably in Canada. And this has consequences everywhere, all around the globe, and in your city, dear Jeffrey, in New York. And while this is going on, we are still waiting for radical changes to fight against the effects of climate change. We see tensions being played out over and over again within different fora, international fora. We are making difficult headways when it comes to SDGs. Despite strong action from the Secretary General of the UN, many people, men and women across the globe, are sharing these messages and voicing their concern and are trying to act. We're in a state of emergency, and many men and women are committed to change, but many would rather stick to the status quo. We need to mobilize the necessary means. However, it is usually slowed down by the worry of rich countries to not be able to face what is coming and what we are expecting. These rich countries do not completely accept this reality. They do not accept the fact that, yes, in richer countries, we have tapped into our resources and depleted them, and our economic progression, our consumption have effects. Even today, they have negative effects in poorer countries, and we cannot say to poor countries, no, you will not be able to change and go through development because we have already used up all the resources available on our planet. We also know that these ideas and actions are also being slowed down by very powerful lobbies. The fossil fuel lobby, for example, that does not hesitate to destabilize the economies and would rather focus on the short term and
mais aussi parce que ça a un effet direct en déstabilisant les
depleting
démocraties.
resources, and this all leads to the destabilizing of democracies.
Et nourrissent
These
les
players
populismes
are
partout sur la
feeding
planète.
populism
Et pourtant,
across
même
the
dans le monde
globe.
des énergies fossiles, il y a
But
des entreprises,
even in the world
des
of
leaders
fossil
qui ont
fuels, there are
compris qu'il y a
companies and
un
leaders
après-pétrole
that
à
have
préparer
understood that there is a
et qui
world
voudraient préparer cet
post-oil,
après-pétrole.
and they want to
Si la
prepare for
solidarité
this world.
internationale existe,
There is
on le sait,
international
la
solidarity
course aux 100 milliards
exists.
pour les pays en
Indeed,
développement qui avait
the
été
target of
qui est
100 billion
énoncé de
euros
COP
for
en
developing,
COP,
which was
est souvent
announced COP
repoussé,
after COP,
peut-être
is
que nous aboutirons,
far
je
too often
l'espère,
pushed
lors
back.
de cette
But
rencontre
hopefully we
à
will be
Paris,
able to meet
à
this target
une
during
annonce
our summit
sur
in
la mobilisation de
Paris.
ces
We are
moyens qui
hoping
ont
that there
été
will be
promis
an
depuis
announcement
très longtemps.
made about the
Mais on le
mobilizations
sait, tous ces
of
retards
these
ont déjà des
funds.
conséquences terribles
This
sur
is coming far too late.
l'eau, sur la
This
biodiversité,
also,
sur le climat,
and these delays
sur
have
les
consequences
systèmes
on
sociaux et sur les
waterways, on
démocraties.
biodiversities, on
Et il
climate, on
reste
democracies, and on
beaucoup à
social
faire
systems. And we
sur
still have
les
a
pertes
lot
et
to
les
do as
préjudices
well
sur
when it
le
comes to loss
financement
and
des
damage
services
and
essentiels
financing
et aussi
essential
aujourd'hui
services
sur l'impact de
and the
l'inflation.
impact of inflation.
Bien des pays, nous le savons,
Many
sont
countries,
à peine
and we know
capables
this,
aujourd'hui de faire
are
face,
not
par
able
exemple,
today,
au
or
service de la
almost not
dette.
able, to service
Le
their
programme
debt.
des Nations Unies pour le
The
développement
UNDP
montrait en
program
2022
was showing that
un
in
recul du
2022 there was a
développement humain
backsliding in
dans 9 pays
human
sur 10 sur
development
la
in
planète.
9 countries out of
Et
10
principalement
on our
entraîné par la
planet.
baisse de
And this
l'espérance de
led
vie
to
et la
a
hausse
lowering
de
of life
la pauvreté.
expectancy
Est-ce
and
que c'est
a
vraiment
rise
cela
in
le sens
poverty.
de l'histoire que
Is
nous
this
voulons
really
donner?
the path that
Et
we
nous
want to
savons
be
qui en
on?
paye le prix fort,
And we
ce
know
sont les
who's
habitants du
paying
Sud.
the price.
Et aussi en
It's
réponse,
the
bien
citizens
sûr,
of
il y a
the
une
South.
méfiance
And this
mortifère
also
qui
leads to a
s'installe
deadly
vis-à-vis des
mistrust
pays les plus riches.
vis-à-vis
Et
the
tout
richer
cela
countries.
est propice, évidemment,
And this, of course,
à des guerres
creates
et à une
a
déstabilisation
perfect scenario for war and
de notre planète.
destabilization.
Nous avons vu aussi, par exemple, même s'il y
We
a
have
beaucoup d'efforts et beaucoup
also
d'engagement, et Paris s'est
witnessed
aussi engagé, comment sortir du plastique et les
the
négociations
sluggish
qui se sont déroulées
negotiations
d'ailleurs
of the
à
phasing
Paris,
out
il y a
of
quelques
plastic.
semaines,
There have
étaient
been commitments
difficiles.
made by
Et que la
Paris and
tentation
other
souvent
actors,
est de
but these
s'aligner
negotiations
sur le
were
moins-disant,
indeed
en
sluggish,
faisant
and there is
peser une
truly
chape
a
de
race
plomb
to
qui
the
menace
bottom,
vraiment de
which
tuer dans l'œuf
blocks
toute
and
sortie par le haut.
destroys any
Et
type of
depuis
ambition.
toujours, nous sommes nombreux à
We
plaider
have
pour une meilleure
always
prise en compte de la voix des
advocated
villes.
for
Et
cities
aujourd'hui,
to
plus
be
que
better
jamais.
taken into
Pourquoi?
consideration, and
On
this
n'est pas
is
parfait dans les
important
villes,
more
c'est
so
vrai.
than ever.
Et on
Why?
se
Well,
heurte
we're
à
not
beaucoup de
perfect
difficultés.
in
Mais
cities,
nous
that's
sommes
sure, and we have many challenges
niveau
to
de
face,
démocratie, à un
but
niveau
we
d'action,
are
à un
at a
niveau de
democracy level,
coalition que
at
nous
a
pouvons
coalition
réunir
level.
autour de
We
nous
can
pour
garner different
mettre en œuvre
actors
des solutions.
around us, and we
Nous
can
ne sommes
together
pas
implement
simplement le nez
solutions.
fixé sur les solutions.
We are
Nous
not
savons et nous
only
connaissons
focused
le
on
contexte
solutions.
global.
We
Nous pensons
understand and we
global
know
et nous
the
agissons
the
local.
world context. We
Peut-être qu'il est
think
temps de
globally
penser
but
local
act
pour agir
locally,
global
and we now
aussi.
need to
Et
think
face
locally
à
as
ces
well to
urgences,
act
toutes
globally.
les actions
And
qui
in the
marchent
face
doivent
of
être
this
soutenues. Toutes les bonnes
emergency,
volontés
all
doivent être bien sûr
goodwill has to
encouragées
be
pour
encouraged
répondre
and
à ces
supported
défis.
in order
Bien
to
sûr,
face these
les
challenges.
villes doivent pouvoir
Of
avoir
course,
un accès
cities
plus
must
direct,
have
plus massif,
a more
à la
direct
fois
and
à des
massive
investissements
access
publics,
to
à des
public
financements
investment,
publics,
but
mais
also to
évidemment
public
aussi
financing
à des financements privés
and to
qu'il nous faut
private
mobiliser,
financing
qu'il
as
nous
well. We
faut
have to mobilize
entraîner
private
vers cette
financing
nouvelle économie
and
que certains
drive it
appellent,
towards
et je
this
reprends
new
les mots par
economy.
exemple de Jacques
And
Attali,
here I'm quoting the words of
l'économie de
Jacques
la vie,
Attali,
celle qui
drive it
permet
towards
à
the
nos
life
économies
economy,
de s'intéresser au bien-être
which
et au
allows
développement
our
de
economy
l'humanité
to
plutôt
focus
qu'à
on
sa
the
destruction.
wellness and well-being of
C'est
humanity
d'autant plus
rather
vrai
than on its
que
destruction.
9% seulement du financement
Only
de
9%
l'action
of
climatique
climate
est
action
aujourd'hui
financing is currently
attribué
being
aux villes,
allocated
alors
to
que
cities,
plus de 70%
while more
des
than
émissions
that,
mondiales de
while
gaz à effet de
cities are
serre sont
generating
générées dans les
more
villes.
than 70%
C'est pourquoi
of greenhouse
les villes
gases.
essayent sans
And this
relâche
is why
de
cities are
pousser pour des objectifs
tirelessly
plus
pushing
ambitieux
for more
et
ambitious
portent leur
goals
voix.
and are
Je veux
making their
saluer
voices
ici
heard. I
tous les
want
réseaux,
to
les réseaux
thank
très
here all of
importants
the
de villes
very
qui
important
existent à travers
cities
la
network
planète,
networks that exist. They all have different roles to play. There's Cité Gouvernements Unis, for example, and the Secretary General is present in the room. It is a global organization that has been advocating for many years for recognizing public authorities in world governance. And at the UN, more specifically, I'm also here thinking about a network which I am presiding, which is the International Association of Francophone Mayors. I recognize many of my colleagues in the room, many of my colleagues from Africa, and I wanted to welcome them here and thank them. It is a very key network. It has a very concrete action levers. We are pushing for more south-south cooperation and work, and not only north-south cooperation and work. This is an organization that involves all the competencies of the mayors, and I'm very proud to be representing this network. I'm also here thinking about the C40, which gathers together most of the big metropolises around the world. I also have the honor of presiding this network, chairing this network. My predecessor was Eduardo Paes and Mayor Bloomberg. And this network is also finding solutions and showing that big cities around the world can be these solutions well, and they can also consolidate new markets that are based on this new economy, that takes into consideration climate and human well-being. I'm here also thinking about the GCOM, and I want to thank its Secretary General, who is present in the room. It gathers together 2,500 cities around the world, and it is a platform, an extraordinary platform that supports cities with expertise so that they can implement all these solutions. In Paris, we are involved in these different networks, and we have implemented these solutions. Indeed, for people who have not been in Paris, have not been to Paris in a while, will have seen the difference. Indeed, we have sped up our transformation in order to adapt and to face the future. Here, I'm thinking about big transformations that are very useful as well to lower air pollution. We have made changes when it comes to mobility. Indeed, we have banked on fundamental mobility and have moved towards active mobility. We have made great efforts, and we have been able to invest in public transport, and this lowered traffic. This lowered by 40% traffic in the cities, and also lowered by 40% air pollution in the city. We also continue to plant trees to adapt ourselves, and I have also wanted to tap into a very useful motor, very useful lever. Indeed, I'm speaking here about the Olympic Games. The Olympic Games are, yes, stressful, but they also help us to speed up our transformation. We are cleaning up the Seine so that it becomes a river in which we can swim in, and when we are hearing about 40-degree weather every summer soon in Paris, well, being able to swim in the Seine will become essential. As the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, said, it is in cities that the climate battle will be largely won or lost, and we cannot forget this because it is urgent. The time has come. We have to build new instruments, new tools, tools and new financial tools for financing so that we can speed up the environmental transition. Indeed, the environmental transition requires colossal means, and this is what the World Bank says. And here I'm quoting the World Bank and saying that urban infrastructure needs at global level are estimated at $5 trillion per year, with an added cost of 20% to make these infrastructures low carbon and resilient to the impact of climate change. End quote. Yet the financing of cities is not simply not meeting our needs, and it is even truer when it comes to the cities of the South. We have said it at the different COP for cities, and we will continue to do so. Indeed, on the African continent, we are expecting a demographic shock, and there will be 900 million new inhabitants in cities by 2050. Cities will be under pressure, and so cities will have to maintain essential services such as housing, transport, water, sanitation, access to energy, food security, and to make sure that citizens have access to these services, we will have to build new infrastructure. Yet, far too often, cities of the South have had to assume new competencies without added means and without being able to rely on taxation. So in this conference, alongside Jeffrey Sachs and Eduardo Paes, we are making headways. We need to invent new tools. And we need to invent new tools that will complement the already existing tools and that will allow cities to have access to more financing. The Bridgetown initiative states the following: when a government of a rich country borrows over a period of 10 years at a rate of around 3%, a developing countries will borrow at a rate of 11%, and some will even borrow at a rate of 20%. This is simply not acceptable. We cannot keep going with this system. Indeed, it is the ones who most need it that do not have access to loans. And we have to move forward alongside the entire financing system, the World Bank, the multilateral development banks as well. We have to understand that if we want to have great outcomes, we need to act faster and change the state of play. So it is true for cities of the South, but it is also true for the cities in the North. Not all cities have access to European programs or to money allocated in the framework of recovery plans. Indeed, there was a recovery plan that was adopted following the health crisis of the COVID-19. And this plan and cities, were not able to tap into this recovery plan directly. They had to go through the state, even though the money allocated was directly targeting environmental transition. And at European level, it is still experimentations. But we are no longer in this experimentation phase. We have to change the scale. We have to strengthen our solutions, and we have already implemented them. We see that they work, and they have to now be implemented at a greater scale. So this is an issue that we all share around the world.
I believe in our capacities as cities,
le monde des organisations internationales, les réseaux de villes, les scientifiques, économistes, climatologues, je crois, dans la capacité que nous avons tous ensemble à pouvoir tracer un chemin qui nous permette véritablement d'avoir les résultats attendus parce qu'il en va de la survie because of course the survival of humanity is at stake. I mean, the planet will survive without us, but I think the aim of the game for us, for our societies, is to allow humans to continue living in the safest and healthiest way and in harmony with our environment. C'est le sens de la première réunion de la Commission sur le financement du développement durable des villes qui s'inscrit dans cette réflexion. Et je veux vraiment remercier Jeffrey Sachs parce que Jeffrey Sachs, qui est derrière cette initiative en soutien et devant d'ailleurs, je ne dirais pas derrière, mais devant cette initiative. Jeffrey nous a aussi convaincus de la possibilité d'y arriver. Je crois que nous pouvons y arriver. D'abord parce qu'il y a un travail très sérieux sur comment nous pouvons préfigurer ces nouveaux instruments, ces nouveaux outils financiers, comment nous pouvons créer une grande coalition, une très très grande coalition à partir de ce que nous faisons dans nos villes, qui permettent de montrer aux États qu'on n'est pas en train d'essayer de leur prendre du leadership, mais simplement de montrer que la réalité de la vie sur Terre, elle se passe à différents endroits. On a besoin du multilatéralisme à l'échelle globale et on a besoin aussi d'un multilatéralisme avec les échelons locaux qui sont les échelons directement concernés, confrontés à ces changements et qui essayent, avec beaucoup de détermination, de relever les défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés. Le principal d'entre eux, celui qui doit nous amener à tout repenser, y compris la finance, c'est évidemment les conséquences du changement climatique. Alors bon travail, et je pense que dans cette maison qui avait accueilli le sommet des 1000 maires avant la COP de Paris, qui avait permis, pas simplement ce qui s'est passé ici, mais finalement, on a eu un accord de Paris, un accord international sur les engagements climatiques. Je pense que d'accueillir cette commission ici pour sa première grande réunion est sans doute une façon de donner et de l'espoir et sans doute aussi de la crédibilité à cette action dont nous avons tant besoin. Merci à vous.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire, pour ces mots très inspirants. Thank you so much for those powerful and inspiring words. I'm not sure we can connect this with climate change or global warming, but we're aware that it's very hot in the room, so there is water available on the side if you need it. Without further ado, let me hand it over to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University and president of the SDSN. Professor Sachs will also make a few opening remarks. The floor is yours.
Mayor Hidalgo, thank you for having us in your home and in this absolutely magnificent Hotel de Ville, which is very historic, very magnificent, replete with history, and the perfect demonstration to us of sustainability. This building has been the center of Paris governance for 700 years, and essentially this building is 500 years old with renovations along the way and many dramatic and wonderful and inspiring historical events. And we are inspired by your leadership, which is why we are here. And when you opened up the Hotel de Ville with your leadership for the initiative for a new financing arrangement for the world and for the world's cities, everybody immediately said yes. That is thanks to you and thanks to your wonderful partner in this, the mayor of Rio de Janeiro, Mayor Eduardo Paes, and we're so grateful. And also, you can't imagine two more iconic and beautiful and historic cities to be leading this global effort, so it's tremendously exciting. We're here to talk about the sustainable Development Goals, which is really something new for the world. They're complicated, many interconnected ideas all around the notion of sustainable development, that the world should live in peace, in prosperity, with social justice, and with environmental sustainability. You can state it in a sentence, but it's going to take us generations to achieve it, because it requires a new kind of thinking, a new kind of governance, a new kind of metrics, new kinds of planning, new areas of expertise, new technologies. We're really into something new, and it's not simple. And we're in the 7th year of the particular initiative of the Agenda 2030, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And we're finding this is a homework assignment a little bit harder than it looked at the start. We're not achieving these goals right now. We're not on target. But I want to say we're learning a lot as a world about what we need to do and why the governments of the world, all 193 UN member states, adopted these goals in September 2015. I travel all over the world almost nonstop, speaking with governments and scholars and civil society about sustainable development and the SDGs. And the one thing I never hear about them is the question, well, why are we trying? Everybody understands that something important, very important, is at stake in the world. Everybody, I think, is coming to understand this is not business as usual. This is not a simple assignment. This is not a simple tweak. This is not something that even fits within how our governments operate or how our political systems operate. Many politicians feel very uncomfortable about this agenda. It's much more complex than usual. It's much more interconnected. It's much more long-term. There are very few quick wins in the social transformation that is needed. So this is not something that is a natural, I would say, for how we have thought about politics or how politics is organized. But the idea that this is central for the well-being of our societies, for the safety of the world, I think is becoming more and more deeply understood. I've always said, when I think about it, that the Sustainable Development Goals, in a way, are our generation's attempt to implement the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that all people have the rights to a life of dignity. It's appropriate that we are in Paris to discuss this today because the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is the 20th century's attempt to implement the Declaration of the Rights of Man, which came from Paris in 1789, and that was a breakthrough of a new world and a new vision in which everybody would be a citizen, in which there would be liberty, equality, fraternity. Those ideas are still with us. Now we would add sustainability because we have another challenge that is part of this. So it's very inspiring for me and very moving to be here to discuss these themes. We are going to have a chance to hear from many leaders about this. I'm going to have a chance to describe briefly what you have on your chair, the new Sustainable Development Report for 2023. But I want to say right at the beginning, we were given, as we walked in, a report of the Rio city government that Mayor Paes put out in 2021. This is an executive summary. But Mayor, it's exactly what I hope for. It's a new way of thinking. A city plan to 2050 is not so usual, by the way, to think ahead 30 years and ask what can our city be and what are all of the challenges, technological challenges, social challenges, environmental challenges. How can we address them in 3 10-year cycles of policy making? This is not normal politics. It's a whole new way of thinking. It's a beautiful report, and it's very important, and I want every city in the world to take inspiration from it, because this is the kind of thinking that will indeed change the world. So, friends, we have a very interesting and important and exciting program together. I can tell you, as we met this morning to discuss among the members of the new commission, that you will have launched right now. Everybody said, and Mayor Hidalgo gave us the assignment, not a new report, not more reading, although as an academic I always love a new report, but real results and real action. And so we have a 1-year assignment to get this done, because we want the Olympic athletes to be carrying around the flag of our new finance institution on the Olympic track next year. So that's our goal, and we launch today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And before we move indeed to the formal launch of this commission, we will hear a last keynote intervention from the Honorable Carrie Simons, the Barbados Foreign Affairs Minister. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremonies, Madam Mayor Hidalgo. It is a pleasure to be here in France, and I want to begin by thanking you for the wonderful hospitality and arrangements that have been extended, certainly to my delegation. It is a privilege, Professor Sachs, to be here with you and participating with you. I have read you incessantly, so you have been something of a hero of mine, and I want to congratulate you not only for the excellent work you've been doing at the University of Columbia, but with respect to this very fundamental issue of sustainable development for this planet. And of course, I would want to recognize Mayor Paes as well for the work you've been doing too. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me just to single out my brothers and sisters. If I could speak only at this point as Foreign Minister of Barbados, my brothers and sisters from the African continent. And I do that for the very deliberate reason that we must not see this Bridgetown initiative and the efforts that are being made by Barbados as only an effort aimed at the difficulties being confronted by small island developing states. It transcends that, and quite frankly, it encapsulates all of us in the developing southern part of the world, and I think we have to speak and find common voice and common purpose as we interrogate these matters. It would be remiss of me, ladies and gentlemen, not to apologize for the absence of my Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Moore-Motley. She is a tad unwell at the moment, and obviously this is a big occasion for her. She is part and parcel of the original intellectual architecture of this Bridgetown initiative, and obviously she would want to be in good nick, the best of health, tomorrow when the conference begins. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say to you that, and I used the word interrogate just now, if we are going to interrogate this issue of our finding a satisfactory way of strengthening access to long-term development financing, it is very important at the start for us to recognize that the transition that we are contemplating has to be just. It has to be a transition that links the crisis in development with the crisis of climate. And we must not ever make the mistake of trying to see these as two separate and distinct considerations that are confronting the planet today. In fact, I go further. I want to suggest to you that, and maybe I should not just suggest to you, I'll tell you frankly, Barbados today, this morning when we woke up, we learned that our island was under tropical storm watch. For those of you who are not from the Caribbean or in the hurricane belt, that simply means that there is a storm, a small fellow brewing not too far away. By midday, we were warned that there is a likelihood that it will become a hurricane. And this is just a few hours later. And that is the great rapidity of the development of these storms. And the impact on it is equally fundamental and breathtaking. In Dominica, another small island of the Eastern Caribbean, only a few years ago, they were impacted by a Category 4 or 5 hurricane, and their entire GDP was set back by 225% over the course of a climatic experience that lasted only 5 hours. In the Bahamas, a similar thing happened. Island rendered completely uninhabitable, climatic event lasting maybe 8 or so hours. So the point that I'm making is that our development trajectory as small island states, and quite frankly, the development trajectory of those states which are in Africa and are seeing desertification, those states which are in Latin America and seeing deforestation, the development trajectory can be set back fundamentally with very distinct consequences. It is for that reason that the Bridgetown Initiative tries to direct the attention of the world to this issue of climate reduction disaster clauses. And the climate reduction disaster clauses are really conceptualized to do a simple thing. To say that we can now, or we will now, recognize that those of us who are charged with the responsibility of directing the affairs of a state on a day-by-day basis, when confronted with an unplanned event like a hurricane, when confronted with unplanned disastrous consequences and fallout, like the setting back of your GDP by multiple hundreds of percentage points, taking your country back from where it is today in 2023 to where it may have been in 2010 or 2012. That at the same time as you must find a way to be nimble and recover from that shock, you also still have to make sure that you feed your society. You also have to make sure that your children can be educated. You have to make sure that your country can provide adequate health care, that the sanitation services can function, that all the essentials of peace, order, and good government can take place. And therefore, what we invite the world to do is to accept that there will be a suspension of debt repayment obligations, and that you set that back after a period of 2 years. You allow for that state which is facing this unexpected crisis, having reached the threshold at which the crisis is identified, perhaps a Category 1 hurricane, that then you allow for the state to be able to focus on the reconstruction and have the elbow room, as my Prime Minister likes to say. And at the end of that period of debt obligation, you tack on the additional 2 years. That is the simple request that is made at Bridgetown. We invite the world to look at the fact that the tailoring of our financial structures have to be fit for purpose, and that there's a necessity to recognize that all debt is not the same. If I'm borrowing money as a country in order to build schools, I'm investing in the future. If I'm going to borrow money, however, to finance profligacy and wastage and squandermania, for example, having a bulky public sector and a necessarily huge public sector which is being padded for political short-term purposes, that's a different thing. But to reinvest in healthcare, reinvest in education, Those are the developmental issues. But they can be very fundamentally challenged, and this is where there's a broad intersection between climate and development. They can be very fundamentally challenged by the climatic issues that we are confronting. I give you the Barbados example once again. In my country, we now have an unprecedented experience where a sweet little island that knew distinct rainy seasons and distinct seasons of sunshine now finds itself having prolonged periods of sunshine and very little rain. We are going through periods of drought in Barbados, to the point that as I speak to you, of the 11 parishes in my country, there are 8 or 9 of them that are distinctly short of rainfall and facing drought conditions. Added to that is the fact that we must move or repair 1,600 kilometers of mains, water mains in the island. Because when we got those water mains put down in Barbados, they were put down by our colonial, the colonizing country. I don't want to use the word master. The colonizing country, Great Britain. And the colonizing country had an empire. They could afford to spend money on 16,000 kilometers of main in Barbados. Today, at today's cost, it would cost us roughly $2.5 million for every square kilometer of mains that we're replacing. And you do the maths. We're running into multiple billions of dollars. But the fact of the matter is that if we don't correct those leaking mains, then the issue of water conservation, which is critical and becomes even more critical in the drought conditions that we're in, when we can't afford to lose water as it is being transported to our houses, and even more critical in the aftermath of the pandemic, then we must be in a position to correct that problem. But to correct that problem comes at great cost, and that is why I say to you that the opportunity to borrow, but to borrow in a manner in which you are tailoring your financial structures so that they are fit for certain specific purposes, and that one size cap does not fit all, becomes a very important consideration. I go further and I suggest to you that sustainable financing and the need to avoid excessive indebtedness is another real issue facing those of us in the South. And Mayor Hidalgo spoke to you just now about the extract from the Bridgetown Initiative, which speaks quite poignantly to the difference in cost of capital when you are trying to do projects in the South and when you're trying to do a similar project in the North. And she is correct. We often find ourselves paying double-digit costs as the interest rate on the loan has to be repaid. And in the South, and in the North, that may be a 2% or 3%, as opposed to a 14%, 12%, which is fairly common in my part of the world. So that we therefore urge that consideration be given to longer tenor of loans, and of course, lower cost associated with the loan. And that is very intricately linked as well to the question of return on investment. Because every investor wants to have a satisfactory return on his or her investment. But as we finance our way towards a green new world, we have to be mindful of the fact that many of the investments will be large and will be lumpy. I was previously Minister of Energy in Barbados. It would have been possible if we did not choose to democratize the energy product in Barbados and therefore give every householder an opportunity to own a renewable energy license and place solar photovoltaic on his or her roof. It would have been possible for us just to simply go out to sea and get a set of windmills at the cost of perhaps 20, 30 billion United States dollars, maybe a little more, and satisfy the electrical requirements for the whole island. But then the question would be the return on investment for the investor. It is a large and lumpy investment and high cost of capital associated with the high premium risk of putting that type of wind farm or those wind farms out to sea in a hurricane belt environment would render the cost to the consumer so high and the risk to the investor equally high that it might make the investment almost untenable, which defeats the whole purpose. And it is to those types of grave and real considerations that the team from Barbados applied their minds and their hearts and came up with the Bridgetown Initiative. Because these are some of the considerations which, quite frankly, perhaps can sometimes be taken for granted. But as usual, the devil is always in the details. It is a reality that for those of us in the Caribbean, for those of us in the developing South, in Africa, etc., there is a disparity in terms of accessing capital, in terms of the cost of capital. There is a major disparity in terms of the premium risks associated, even by virtue of geography, and therefore it makes it very difficult for green transformation to take place in the South at the same pace and the same scope as it takes place in the North. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to belabor the point, but I want to say that there's also a need for us to have sustainability-linked bonds, and we think that that perhaps is the way in which future discussion should go. By sustainability-linked bonds, I'm suggesting that maybe the time has come where we can have key performance indicators, and we invite those people who make investments in the bond to demonstrate that they are doing, by whatever the business activity is, that they are meeting certain sustainability targets, certain climate sustainability targets that encourage private capital and private enterprise generally to do the right thing in terms of transforming and contributing to this global journey of transformation. And perhaps if that type of approach can be taken, then we bring a more holistic consideration to it. We carry the whole world along as one. We reduce the risk of people or countries being left behind and making the journey all the more difficult because of what really could be called a financial form of segregation on a matter which really cannot afford for segregation. There must be adaptation, but the adaptation has to take place across the planet. I leave you with one example. My country, as I just said, is now under hurricane watch. The reality is that if we were to come to face that hurricane striking Barbados, or any other, because this is the start of the hurricane season, there will almost undoubtedly be substantial damage to the overhead wires and infrastructure. It would be the most wonderful thing in the world for us to be able to move all of that infrastructure underground. But to do that, again, would be a large and lumpy investment. Our public or utility is not publicly owned. In fact, it's Canadian owned. And the incentive to do that would be so much more rewarding if it was that they could say, well, here's a way of anchoring some of the costs by way of investing in bonds which have these performance indicators. And obviously, if we are going to take all of the utility infrastructure above ground and move it underground, then we are meeting targets that satisfy a happy outcome. It is that type of creativity I want to suggest to you that the world needs now and that the world needs to urgently embrace. So that we come to Paris hoping that we will be able to have not only the warm welcome given by you, Mayor Hidalgo, but that we will be able to have the type of constructive considerations and conversation that take us past the us and them dynamic that the world has for too long been wrapped up in, and bring us to a point where we can now speak as one people in one planet with one voice on a common purpose of keeping ourselves alive and well into the distant future. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Honorable Minister Carrie Simons, for sharing with us such a clear picture of the challenges faced by Barbados. It seems like double digits is the reality for many SIDS, both in terms of the GDP drop when there's a major crisis like a pandemic, but also when it comes to the interest rates. Thank you again for being here with us today and taking the time to address this audience. So, we will now move to, after those welcoming and keynote remarks, to the first part of this event, which is on financing the SDGs in cities and region and the launch of this SDSN Global Commission for Urban SDG Finance. And it is my great pleasure to transfer the moderation of this part of the event to the wonderful Jeannie Birch. Jeannie is the Lawrence Nussdorf Professor of Urban Research and Education at the University of Pennsylvania, and of course an internationally renowned expert on urban development. I think very clearly the agenda has shifted a little bit, so things will shift by 25 to 30 minutes. But Jeannie, please come over. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is indeed the official launch of this commission, which consists of all the city networks, many mayors, private sector, individuals, and many coalitions. You have heard two of the co-chairs of the commission, Mayor Hidalgo and Professor Jeffrey Sachs, and now let's hear the third, Mayor Eduardo Paes.
I mean, I wish I had spoken before the minister. I mean, it was so amazing, his speech. Made me feel like going to Barbados. But like dear friend, Mayor Hidalgo, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, I mean, as we, my dear friends, mayors here, and ladies and gentlemen, as we launch this SDSN Global Commission for Urban SDG Finance, let us be inspired by the urgency of the task at hand. We had a meeting this morning, chaired by Mayor Hidalgo, and it is important to understand that this commission that we are founding here today, it will have 1 year ahead of us so we can deliver, get things done and deliver, not a report, but the solution that we might find in this work ahead of us. So we need to accelerate funding and action to meet the 17 SDGs, and to do so cities and countries ought to overcome both old and new fiscal and financial constraints. The instruments and funds to overcome global and local maladies caused by a perfect storm are simply not yet in place, as we heard today. The global pandemic, the war in Europe, and other macro disruptions, such as the possible effects of artificial intelligence on markets and supply chains, are adding up to historical social debts. Racism, poverty, hunger, and the overall lack of resilient infrastructure in areas as basic as sanitation. I mean, I come from a country that's still addressing this issue, as many developing or underdeveloped countries. So how can local governments from Jakarta to Rio, Delhi to Johannesburg, Shanghai to Buenos Aires bridge the financial gap that separates us from cities in the developed world? Well, the above-mentioned cities form a diverse cohort of humanity. What do they have in common? These are all major cities from G20 countries and home to millions of wealth and poor people, headquarters of big and small national and international business, and financial institutions, alongside New York, London, and the beautiful, second most beautiful city in the world, which is Paris. Rio is the number one. Sorry to say that. We need to push national governments and multilateral institutions in the vein of the Bridgetown agenda towards a new global financial pact. More than 30 years after Rio 92, it is time for us to face an unsettling fact. When it comes to sustainability agenda, funding and financial services have not evolved at the same pace as scientific knowledge and public awareness. Let us all remember some old lessons from political economy and history. Development means more than the trending lexicon of ESG. Our efforts to adapt cities and make, and especially greenwash, our efforts to adapt cities and make them fairer while mitigating GEE emissions urgently need more national and international public and private funds. The fulfillment of nationally determined contributions that keep the Paris Agreement alive depend on well-funded, greener and more resilient cities. These ambitions cannot be realized only through small grants, sporadic technical assistance, aid and relief. We need substantial and swift financing with global funds reaching local governments directly. Cities account for over 70% of global CO2 emissions, most of which come from industrial and motorized transport systems that use up huge quantities of fossil fuels and rely on far-flowing infrastructure. Obviously, all of them constructed with carbon-intensive materials. Clearly, staying below the 1.5 degrees centigrade threshold means massive decarbonization of cities. And this will require investments in low-carbon energy and transport systems, programs to reduce urban sprawl, and nature-based solutions for urban cooling and disaster risk management. I mean, I was looking at, hearing the Minister of Barbados talking about the hurricane that they're going to face there. I mean, it's pretty much the same. Like, I'd never travel, dear friend Hidalgo, on summertime in Rio. Never. If you invite me to come to Paris between November and April, I don't come. I will not come because I cannot leave my city, because it's every day there's a danger of a big rain and the results. And this is getting worse each year. I mean, my third term, and this is only getting worse. So Secretary General Guterres' words in 2019 echo today. Cities are where the climate battle will largely be won or lost. This is something that we need to pay attention. Rio, my city, is a global city of almost 7 million people, larger than many nations. We have a structured agenda and projects to effectively implement the SDGs. And yet there isn't nearly enough international financing to adequately address all of our challenges. One can only begin to grasp the situation of smaller, poorer, and less structured cities and countries. It's incumbent upon us to help reinventing the global financial architecture and adopt a systematic approach to bridge the SDG financial gaps. Cities must have a clear and loud voice in this process. South or north, big or small, you can count on Rio to achieve that. As the natural capital of Brazil, we are optimistic about the return of President Lula. Bolsonaro is gone. This is good news. I'm waiting for her. Thank you. I saw that Mayor Hidalgo was, trying to get rid of her book to give Lula a hand, so that's why I waited. So we are very optimistic about the return of President Lula, who champions the sustainable development agenda and necessary structural reforms both at home and abroad. Once again, I must salute the role of this commission, which I'm honored co-chairing with Professor Sachs and María Hidalgo, in pursuing this shared objective. But let's not forget, as I said before, actions speak louder than words. It is essential that we synchronize our efforts, and that's why we speak about 1 year agenda, because we have the international upcoming summits, the COP28 in Dubai, the G20 in India, the Summit of the Future in New York, and all the way towards the G20 in Rio, as we said before. So these milestones provide us opportunities that we must seize. Let's not waste them. So I express once again my deepest gratitude to Mayor Hidalgo, Professor Sachs, and all the esteemed participants for their dedication and passion. In my heart, I wish the discussions here today bear many fruits to all of us. Together, let us have the way for a brighter, more sustainable future, one where cities become beacon of hope and exemplars of sustainable development. Thank you very much.
What a beautiful and inspiring speech to get the commission going. We have a short video from one of our members who could not be here. It's Mr. Robert Bergray Mambe, Minister, the Governor District of Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire.
La limitation des emprunts des pays pauvres.
The video will not be interpreted. The interpreters apologize.
En dessous de 50% du PIB, voire moins, conduit à maintenir la pauvreté plutôt qu'à soutenir un développement durable. Il faut encourager les emprunts à long terme. Ce faisant, il y aurait intérêt à mobiliser le partenariat actif entre les bailleurs de fonds, les fonds d'investissement et les fonds souverains, ainsi que les banques centrales, dans un mécanisme alchimique auquel sont appelés les spécialistes du financement du développement. Le mode de financement préconisé ci-devant devait permettre la réalisation dans les villes et régions des communautés respectueuses de l'environnement, socialement inclusives et économiquement viables. Ainsi, par l'économie circulaire, on pourrait mettre en application le principe des 5 R, réduire, réutiliser, recycler, récupérer, repenser. On pourrait ainsi, dans un schéma beaucoup plus simplifié, passer de la droite au cercle pour préserver l'environnement et viser plus judicieusement le développement durable. Il faut soutenir l'action du FMDV qui a lancé en octobre dernier à Abidjan sa plateforme collaboratrice Finance Your Cities, qui vise à soutenir la mise en place des stratégies nationales de financement de l'urbanisation. Les villes et les régions constituent une opportunité d'investissement autour desquelles il faut réformer l'architecture mondiale du financement de l'urbanisation. La transformation de nos sociétés et la réorientation de nos richesses vers un avenir durable et résilient. Pour être concret, lors de la prochaine COP28, le FMDV lancera avec une ligue de ministres et d'élus africains champions la Urban Opportunity Fast Forward Initiative, ou initiative d'accélération pour l'opportunité urbaine.
Thank you, Minister. For that great reminder to remember every geography in the world. I'm going to call up our panelist right now, Same Wabe, who is the Regional Director of Sustainable Development in Europe and Central Asia at the World Bank, María del Pilar Garrido Gonzalo, who's Director of Development Cooperation at OECD, Bella Tonganoni, U.S. Director of Climate Policy Initiative at the City Climate Finance Alliance, Mr. Jaime Pumarejo, Mayor of Barranquilla, and Mauricio Rodas, Fellow at the University of Pennsylvania and former Mayor of Quito. And I see we're missing one chair, so we'll play musical chairs as far as that goes. The panel is going to address the questions that the Commission will be addressing. And they are as follows. How to transform the global financial institutions framework to allow and encourage urban SDG finance. And I'm emphasizing the urban and city as we go through this because that's our focus. How to reform existing or craft innovative financial mechanisms to increase urban SDG finance. How to de-risk capital for direct investment in cities. How can international and national reforms allow cities direct access to capital market? And how to improve the imbalance in mitigation and adaptation in cities. Remember, it's cities and urban that we want to put the focus on today. And we'll start first with Same.
Thank you very much. Pleasure for me to be here. So I wanted to share a little bit some of the thinking within the World Bank Group on increasing access to finance for the SDGs and specifically for the climate challenge for cities and subnational governments. I mean, when we look at the magnitude of the challenge, and Mayor Hidalgo spoke about the scale of the financing gap, it is clear that a tremendous amount of financing is needed, and that financing is not going to be available solely or anywhere near the magnitude within the international finance institution. So we really need different way of doing things, and the situation got even more complicated after COVID because it provided the first very serious setback in terms of development progress in the past 3 decades. It was the first reversal in poverty alleviation. So if we are really going to scale up finance, we need to do 3 different things. One is basically enabling access to finance where there is no finance. So that would be basically the large majority of cities in the developing world. We know that of the 500 largest cities we work with at the World Bank, only 18% of those 500 are credit-worthy, meaning they can borrow either on domestic or international capital markets. In fact, the large majority on domestic capital markets in the large countries, and that's 13 of them, and that's it. And then only 32 cities or 6% can borrow on international capital markets. So in order to get there, we really need to help cities increase their municipal finances, especially the own source revenues. So we know, for instance, that property taxes, the yield in terms of property taxes in the countries that are low and middle income basically is about 0.3 to 0.6% of GDP, which is about a quarter of what OECD countries collect in terms of recurrent property taxes. So without having access to revenues, cities will not be able to progress towards having, if you will, the ability to service debt. And so we need to start with building those basics. Those basics also include asset management, includes rationalizing expenditures, include looking at their debt and restructuring debt where it's unaffordable. And when you add these up, I mean, these are requirements to be able to access finance. And it's totally non-glamorous work. It has to be done in order to be able to access finance. And then we want to go from there towards accessing finance at scale, to be able to respond to the ambitions of the SDGs and the needed climate action. And for that, you need quite a bit of concessional funding that could reduce and basically bring down or buy down the interest of some of the regular development projects in order to make it more attractive. And especially if you want to invest in either global public goods or requirements that are very hard to monetize, like investing in adaptation. So that is really critical to be able to have access to such concessional finance. And then in order to have that type of funding and be able to do it at scale and focus on such key requirements, we need also innovative finance. And that's one of the main reasons we're here, is to look at what type of instruments, for instance, guarantees that could de-risk private investment in urban infrastructure where it's needed. Because, as I mentioned, the funding that's available by the IFIs, by governments, is limited. But at the same time, as we were discussing this morning with the Commission, there's lots of funding that is being collected by national government, on behalf of municipalities, and that's, in the form of taxation, etc. So being able to structure the finance flows from central government to local government for this revenue sharing, basically the intergovernmental fiscal transfer systems, that becomes really critical, because that, even compared to own source revenues, it is the much larger pot. So you need a combination of building the foundations, the basics, structuring the intergovernmental fiscal transfer systems to make them more reliable, predictable, but also with incentives to performance, so that municipalities have an incentive to access more funds by achieving targets, the policy targets that are established, and then bringing the concessional finance and the instruments like guarantees, etc., that could crowd in private investment. Lastly, what projects? Because we need also to start looking at how do we prioritize investments and how do we pick the right investments. So, for instance, we know that investments like nature-based solutions, wetlands, parks, etc., are critical both as carbon sinks, both for the livability objectives, but also because they are critical flood mitigation interventions, and therefore they're important for mitigation and adaptation. And they don't cost much. If you look at our host city, the city of Paes, that amazing transformation in terms of mobility, in terms of the bike lanes, in terms of the sidewalks, etc. And these are interventions that have a transformational impact on a city, that make it more accessible, etc. But that not necessarily, there's different ways of spending much more money without resolving the mobility. So I think figuring out what types of projects becomes also really important. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Same. You summarized this morning this talk around 3 words: flow, scale, and doing the right thing. So remember that, everyone. Flow, scale, doing the right thing. So let's now turn to María de Pilar Garrido.
So thank you very much, and thank you also to Mayor Hidalgo, and of course to the Global Commission for this opportunity to share what the OECD is actually doing on financing SDGs and cities and regions. We come from a moment of overlapping crisis, while we need to deliver more, and while we need to accelerate our accomplishments in terms of SDGs, and at the same time invest more in terms of our green and energy and the more resilient and inclusive economy. So this is very, very complex. Some of our developing countries face serious fiscal challenges, and with record downgrades of their sovereign credit ratings and higher borrowing costs and intensified risks of debt distress. While the projection tells us that those will remain below 20% before pre-COVID forecasts. At this particular urgent time, cities is where most of our 55% of the population will live. And it is also where 75% of the economic activity will take place by 2050. So of course, financing needs of cities for low emissions and climate resilient infrastructure are substantial, estimated to be between 1.8 and 2.4 trillion per year. prior to the crisis, and now it's a lot more because of the step back. But then how do we remedy this financial crunch and prioritize SDG investments in cities and regions? Let me turn to our basics first, I have to talk about this because it's our development cooperation. So ODA continues to be a resilient source of external finance for developing countries, even in times of crisis. In 2021, at least 7% of all of the sources of ODA and others private funding to mobilize through official channels by a total official support for a sustainable development tool accounted or were associated with one of the SDGs targets of SDG 11, which is the one referring to cities and communities. And it went up from 5% in 2009 to 2011. But local and regional governments can and should play a key role in addressing this financial gap. After all, they're responsible for 55% of total public investment in OECD countries and 69% of climate significant public investment. The work of the World Observatory on Subnational Government Finance and Investment, which is a joint endeavor by the OECD and the United Cities and local governments, also shows that subnational governments accounted for 40% of public investment globally in 2020. It is estimated that 65% of the 169 targets in the SDGs cannot be achieved without the engagement of subnational levels. This is why the OECD has been looking and learning at the role of city-to-city or region-to-region development cooperation through our work on what we call decentralized development cooperation. ODA channeled through and provided by cities and regions grew by 33% since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda in 2015, a 6% increase in every year, reaching up to 3 billion euros or 3.6% of bilateral ODA in 2021. Decentralized development cooperation has an immense potential for advancing SDGs in cities and regions, yet it is largely overlooked, and the financial needs of cities and regions are estimated at trillions. Let me highlight just 3 messages from our recent work on decentralized development cooperation. The first one is that we need to maximize the impact of the decentralized development cooperation actions and finance in cities and regions. We should focus on partnerships, on those areas where we have developed unique skills and knowledge, and this is where we can actually make the difference. For instance, in the Basque country in Spain, for example, has made gender equality a key selection of criterion for its decentralized development cooperation projects, building on its strong record on women's representation, following up to the adoption of the Basque Country Act for equity between women and men. Because of that, it allocates 20% of funds to actions to prioritize female empowerment and 10% to initiatives that include local feminist organizations. Second, the right legal and institutional frameworks and incentives set up at the national level can really unblock and enhance subnational partnerships and financing. For example, in France, where the so-called 2005 Audin-Santini law has removed legal barriers for subnational governments and water agencies, allowing them to dedicate up to 1% of their revenues to decentralized development cooperation activities promoting access to clean drinking water and sanitation. Third, because aid is public money, it is important that governments strengthen their monitoring and evaluations of this DDC in order to increase accountability and transparency and learn lessons from what works and what doesn't. The Flemish region of Belgium, for instance, submits its decentralized development cooperation programs to external auditors, undertakes midterm reviews, and makes its reports available in a single database in order to guide follow-up actions. Yet such examples are still too few. Evaluations often assess inputs rather than impacts. Our joint collaboration with the European Commission of INPA aims to address these gaps. It provides a systematic monitoring evaluation framework that could better guide DDC policies and actions. Later today, our Development Assistance Committee will meet as part of the Paris Summit to discuss this new multi-pronged mobilization agenda, which focuses on domestic resource mobilization as well as private sector and finance mobilization that should benefit cities and regions in financing SDGs. This agenda also has a qualitative dimension. For instance, we develop a guidance for donors to support enhanced qualities for direct investment, which can support regions and cities for more quality investment that they receive that are economically, socially, and environmentally feasible. It is important to note that global assets under management have kept growing at a pace for cities, totaling close to 500 trillion euros. Less than 1% of these assets would be enough to fill today's SDG financing gap. The problem is one of distribution. Distributing assets and aligning them to SDGs. OECD work suggests that while the upfront cost of investment in green finance could be upward 33% higher than conventional energy infrastructure investment, the strong positive impact of green investment on GDP more than offsets the initial high cost that provides a positive return of countries. Thus, an alignment of cities and region budgets with SDGs will accelerate investment in green infrastructure, should increase that revenues and the sustainability of their debt. This should also be reflected in better credit ratings. Let me conclude in 10 seconds with 3 actions. We must advocate for better representation of cities and regions in key global debates on financing for development to ensure that solutions are specifically tailored to their needs and that decentralized development cooperation is further promoted. We need to tailor the mobilization agenda to the cities and region-specific needs, including supporters of national entities for access to finance, domestic resource, and private mobilization. And we must also increase transparency and better regulate sustainable finance to ensure that it is directed to cities and regions making progress on the SDGs, including a revision of credit ratings and a fight against SDG washing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You've given us an agenda, and we thank OECD for the wonderful research that you do. We'll support the work of the Commission, including these numbers on what ODA is giving to nations, not necessarily cities, but nations, and it gets to cities eventually, and the need for decentralization and enabling legislation. So let us turn now to Bella Tongonoji from CCFLA. Bella.
Thank you so much, Professor Birch. This summit has the purpose to build a new pact that offers a level playing field, shares the burden of climate change, and builds prosperity and security. And for that to effectively happen, we need cities and urban areas at the core of the debate. They're 80% of global GDP, 70% of emissions, and they're not receiving anywhere near the financing they need to be, and that's especially true for developing country cities. I think the phrase that the Barbados minister just spoke, a financial form of segregation, hit me so hard, perhaps because I'm an American, that hits extremely hard, but I think that this is truly the civil rights struggle of this generation. And so I just want to congratulate those behind and in front of the Commission for this effort, for putting cities so firmly on the agenda of the summit, and really taking this opportunity to drive a step change in finance that is flowing towards cities for sustainable development. This is a hugely important commission, and really, again, want to congratulate the team first. So I work for something called the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance. It's a bit of a mouthful, but what we do, we are a stakeholder coalition, multi-level, multi-sectoral, of city climate finance leaders, so city networks, financial institutions, public sector organizations, research organizations. And what we're trying to do is to mobilize city-level climate finance action at scale. And we do that a lot through the analytical and research work that we provide. So what we're doing in the context of the global financial architecture and these discussions around reforms is really looking at how can we reform to provide analytical insights on how multilateral development banks and international financial institutions currently provide urban finance and urban climate finance, and what is needed to scale that up. So we're just starting out this work, and I think we're really looking forward to this collaboration with the Commission as well. We're also collaborating very closely with C40 and the Global Covenant of Mayors on this work. And what we want to do is to really set out the case to consider what it could look like, the evidence base for really expanding development finance flowing for development and climate finance flowing for cities. So we're grouping it into 3 buckets. We're an analytical organization. We love frameworks. So the first bucket is what we're calling changes to strategies, mandates, and business models. That's really how development banks both develop their own integrated, clear strategies for urban financing and urban climate and sustainable development strategies, and how they also in turn integrate that into the strategies that they work with their country clients who are developing long-term or 4 to 5 year country strategies and not always including urban in those strategies. So that's one. The second is around supportive financial instruments. And here we're really trying to show the kinds of risk-sharing mechanisms that that need to be scaled up and how concessional finance can be used most effectively. And we're looking through a few different projects at things like guarantee mechanisms. How can those be done more effectively and scaled up significantly where they are generally underutilized currently? We're looking at currency risk and how you deal with that, which is a huge issue in developing countries. We're looking at pre-development funding. How do you fund the earliest stage of infrastructure projects? It's a small-ish amount of funding, but it's the riskiest stage of projects and very hard to get investment at that stage. And we're also looking at the incentives that are present in multilateral financial institutions and how those could be changed to further catalyze and mobilize private investment. So that's the second bucket. And then the third and final bucket is around national policies and how they can improve the enabling environment for urban climate finance. So 90% of emissions in cities can be reduced with existing technologies and practices, but only about a third can be done with decisions taken by cities alone. So cities and national governments have to work together to drive more investment in urban climate finance. But probably not news to all of you, they don't always work well together, and there's a lot that can be improved. So things like national level policy reform aimed at strengthening municipal fiscal autonomy and helping cities themselves, and Salma mentioned this as well, really helping cities themselves increase their credit worthiness so that they can accept or that they can raise money both through tax revenue as well as on capital markets. So there's a lot of work to do. We are really excited to work with all of you in this room and looking forward to the further discussion. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Bella. And you are hitting all the things that we are going to be addressing in the next year, and we're glad you're doing it because we've got to get our socks pulled up and get going on this. So let us hear now from Mayor Pumarejo from Barranquilla.
Okay, so I think, what is Barranquilla? It's a 1.4 million people city in the northern coast of Colombia. Just had its worst winter in the history of its creation. And 10 years ago, we had to date the worst winter at that time. We weren't prepared 10 years ago. And we had a lot of damages to people's houses, to people's lives, to people's livelihoods, and to the environment. 10 years after, we had the worst winter in our lives, but 10 times less damages. Why? Because we were able to adapt. We were able to build the infrastructure needed against, for example, flooding from our Magdalena River. We were able to start recuperating our mangrove forests along the coastal area. We were able to build infrastructure that prevented landslides. So we're not done yet, but we were we were able to do it. And we were able to do it because we were able to get financing from the proper structures. And just to add to that, 12 years ago, or 14 years ago, we had twice the poverty rate that we have now, and we were the most unequal city of the principal cities of Colombia. Now, we are the least unequal city of the principal cities of Colombia, and we have just managed to look at a couple of key indicators, such as, for example, in a region where 2 out of 10 children do not read according to their level or reading age level, 7 out of 10, according to a World Bank assessment, the EGRA that we just made, are reading at their level, so 7 out of 10. So what we're seeing is, when you give cities the opportunity to invest wisely, things can and do happen miraculously. But we've done this how? And I just want to point out a few things. First, we've been able to use the local commercial banking sector, but as you will see in most of Latin America, commercial banking sectors in Latin America, and especially in Colombia, are very, very centralized, or they're practically oligopolies. There are 5 VPs of credit that manage more than 85 or 80% of all commercial lending in Colombia. And they're also the owners of the clearinghouses or the investment banks that will buy your bonds. Therefore, you got to be in good with these 5 guys or these 5 girls or these 5 people, because if not, they're not going to loan you money. Secondly, if you want to go to outside institutions, you have to have the okay of the national government, and that's a bureaucratic nightmare. Secondly, or thirdly, you have to get to the international market, and you have to find a multilateral bank or an international bank that will loan to you the money that you need in the terms that you need. Because what happens, for example, I'm a 4-year mayor. When I got there, I had ideas. When I got my loan approved from, for example, the IDB, $140 million, sovereign-backed, guaranteed. And when I got there, I was already building all these projects. So he told me, well, you need to start again. I'm like, I can't start again. So I need for you to give me a budget-based, results-driven loan, or I won't be able to take that money, and I will be in trouble because I need that money at a low rate. And they said, we've never done that. But they did it, and hopefully in a few days we'll get the first disbursement of funds. Then, or before that, we worked with a bank very near to a lot of your hearts, which is the AFD, the French Development Agency, which has just done a wonderful job with us. They've done a 140 million euro package of loans in local currency, not sovereign-backed, and results-driven. Therefore, it's not about a single project, it's about doing or making sure that we're heading in the right direction. And that has been a game changer for Barranquilla and for a lot of other places in Colombia. We started a small group of cities in Latin America called the Latin American and Caribbean Network of Biodiversities, or Nature Positive Cities, as we like to call them now, or you guys like to call them now. And what we found is that we have common problems and common goals. And what we're trying to do is say, first, if we were able to take a lot of the grants and subsidies that are given to cities like ours and use them to guarantee a non-sovereign bank guarantee fund. And for example, we were to take a portion of the money that we have to repay to these institutions to keep funding that guarantee fund, then we could keep growing and start giving more money to medium and smaller sized cities. Secondly, we have power of repayment. What we don't have is access to good credits. Thirdly, our issues are more on restoration, adaptation, and reclamation, and not on CO2 reduction. So stop measuring us on things that we are not guilty of. We only, for example, in Colombia, emit 1.6 tons of CO2 per year per capita. We are 0.06% of the problem. So what is our duty? Our duty is making sure that 53% of our territory, which is protected areas, rainforests, wetlands, and rivers and oceans, doesn't get depleted and deforested. Measure us on that and help us use our money to reclaim and I guess, protect our land. So, in a sense, there is a way. And just to give you a final tidbit of information. When we started in 2008, I've been working in the government for 16 years, only been the mayor since 2020, but when we started, our budget was $150 million. Our budget today is $1 billion, give or take. 7 times, more or less, is the growth that we've had in the last couple of years. What have we done? We've made good tax collection. We've convinced people to trust government and to pay their taxes. And what they see is that we are reclaiming territory, we are giving them quality of life, we are reducing poverty, and therefore we're getting positive credit ratings from the banks, and we're getting the loans that we need, and we're getting the financial institutions to help us. And that is why we've been working with CAF, the Latin American and Caribbean Development Bank, on trying to build a local solution for other cities. It's creating a revolving letter of credit through an investment bank that will fund very quickly the most important goals of a city. And then when we can accumulate $50 to $100 million of these loans, then we can offload them into the financial sector when they have been vetted, when they have been constructed, and when the construction risk and corruption risks and all these have been reduced, then we offload it into the market. We've been working on that, and I think that could be a halfway point or a starting point to this lofty, ambitious, and necessary goal of financing the Green New Deal that this world needs. So, thank you.
Thank you. That shows what leadership, planning, and strategy can do for a wonderful, wonderful city. And to end this up, Mauricio wrote us, this has been his baby, thinking about this. He was mayor of Quito. He dealt with trying to get local finance, and he's going to end our panel. Mauricio.
And most importantly, I co-teach a course with Jeannie at UPenn, so that's one of my biggest privileges. Thank you, Jeannie. It is really a pleasure to be here. It's very exciting to see this finally happening. We've been working on this for a long time, and really to see this commission being launched is very, very promising, I think, because it addresses, or it intends to address many of the challenges that many of you have already mentioned. We all know that it is in cities where the battle against climate change will be defined. We all know that more than 70% of CO2 emissions are taking place in cities. So cities are crucial in the battle against climate change. Now, cities need lots of money to do what they need to do to be effective players in the battle against climate change. Mayor Hidalgo mentioned $5 trillion per year needed to transform urban infrastructure into a climate resilient one. And obviously, it is impossible for cities to access that level of resources if we are facing an international financial architecture that was designed for countries, not for cities. It was designed in the 40s under Bretton Woods, when the world wasn't nearly as urbanized as it is today. We live in a different reality, and we must act accordingly, because the current financial architecture, it is simply not fit for purpose anymore. We must make it more cities friendly. And that is why we decided to launch this commission. And the idea is to address, I would say, 5 key questions and to come up with solutions to these 5 key challenges. So the first one has to do with how to reform the international financial architecture through bold and disruptive ideas. We need to be bold and disruptive. That's why, for example, one of the ideas that will be explored through the Commission is the setting up of a Green Cities Development Bank. A Green Cities Development Bank that can become a highly urban specialized financial institution that, among other things, would not only provide concessional grants to cities, provide technical assistance, but also come up with a robust pipeline of projects to attract private investment. We have talked about the importance of attracting more private investment into cities. So these are the kind of activities that the bank can undertake, providing direct financial facilities for cities, of course, as well. A second important challenge that the Commission will be exploring is how to be innovative. Mayor Pumarejo just mentioned a very interesting example of the kind of things that we can do if we think outside of the box to come up with innovative financial mechanisms for cities. There's a lot we can still do on this regard. The third point has to do with how to promote the kind of international and national regulatory reforms that cities need to increase their access to finance. At the national level, for example, there's a lot to do. Around 40% of countries in the world have their cities being banned from international borrowing. In the other 60%, or in most countries of the other 60%, cities need a national governance guarantee to access to finance. And we all know that very frequently those guarantees are not provided because of political rivalries between the national and the local government. This is something that I personally experienced as mayor of Quito, so I know how suffering it can be. Now, I think it is scary to think that because of politics, cities cannot have access to the necessary resources to tackle one of the biggest threats that humanity is facing right now, which is climate change. That is unresponsible. And that's why I think we must not only think about it, but act effectively to promote reforms that would avoid these kind of obstacles to cities for accessing climate finance. The fourth point has to do with the risk in capital. And Sami mentioned this morning. It is a fundamental, a crucial aspect if we want to increase the level of private investment into cities. There's a lot to do in that field. And finally, the Commission will explore mechanisms to improve the current imbalance there is between mitigation and adaptation finance. Only 9% of total climate finance goes to adaptation. We must change that. And the idea is to explore different ways in which we can do it. We have, as you can see, many important challenges to address. It is not going to be easy work, but we are really proud about the kind of people that we have gathered in this commission. We have great mayors from around the world who are already doing extraordinary work on addressing climate change and that have been thinking about how to address climate finance challenges. We have finance experts, we have representatives from the major city networks, we have academics, thinkers, so we are really optimistic about the kind of outcomes that will come from the Commission, and we will be very happy to report to you all how those outcomes are being delivered. Thank you so much.
And as Mayor Paes said, there should be a defining moment in Rio, so stay tuned. And we have heard from a marvelous group of panelists who are representative of this commission with the brilliant ideas that they put forward, the amount of resources they have. We hope to speak with one voice to show the power of cities and the needs that cities have. So thank you. Let's have a hand for the panel. And there'll be a 10-minute break, and then please come back for a very exciting panel that's coming next, which is the launch of the 2023 Sustainable Development Report, and there's some super speakers there too.
Ouais, on va repartir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be restarting, so I would please invite you to go back to your seats. Great, so welcome back and welcome to this second and last part of this event. We're moving up one layer from the local now to the national and global levels, so we'll be hearing from distinguished speakers about major priorities to scale up, but also align global financing flows to achieve the SDGs and the objectives of the Paris Climate Agreement. This session also features the official launch of the Sustainable Development Report 2023. This is the 8th edition of this report that tracks the performance of all 193 UN member states on the SDGs, and it is actually right now available online, and the SDSN is also launching today at the midpoint on the Agenda 2030, a new flagship project, the SDG Transformation Center, the next generation of analytics, instruments, and data to support long-term SDG pathways and investment frameworks. So before we move to the panel, we will have a number of keynote interventions, and we will get started with His Excellency Guy Luando Mboyo, Minister of State, Minister of Territorial Development from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Minister, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole
Thank
qui
you
m'est
very much.
accordée.
Thank you for giving me the floor.
Mais avant toute chose,
Before beginning,
je tenais à présenter les excuses du professeur Jeffrey Sachs.
wanted
Parce qu'il y
to
avait
apologize to Jeffrey
Monsieur le
Sachs.
Président de la République, chef de
Indeed,
l'État,
His
qui était
Excellency,
convié à la
our
conférence.
President, was invited
Fort de ce
to
lourd
this
échange, il n'a pas pu faire le
conference, but
déplacement.
unfortunately he
Et
was
que nous
not
sommes là pour
able to travel
le
to
représenter. Il y a le
Paris, and
Premier
this is
ministre
why
aussi qui va
I
arriver
am
demain
here
pour le
to
sommet.
represent him, and our
Ce qui
Prime
m'amène
Minister will
aussi à
be
dire merci
present at the
au professeur
summit
Jeffrey
tomorrow.
pour
I
l'invitation
also
qui
want
nous a
to
été
thank Professor
adressée à nous.
Jeffrey Sachs for inviting us
Le ministère de l'aménagement du territoire
in
pour prendre part à cette
inviting
conférence
the Minister of Territorial Development so that we can
concrète
explain in a concrete
les
way
mécanismes innovants de financement dont notre ministère de l'aménagement du territoire et de la République
mechanisms
démocratique du
for
Congo
financing
a
within
bénéficié de la
our
part de l'Agence française de
ministers. Indeed, we
développement.
have benefited from the help of the
Le thème
French,
de cette conférence,
from the
les
AFD.
défis internes du financement des objectifs de développement durable ODD en
Difficulties
République
that are linked
démocratique du
to
Congo.
Financing SDGs in
Mesdames
the Democratic
et
Republic
messieurs,
of Congo.
distingués
Ladies
invités,
and gentlemen, dear guests,
il est un honneur pour moi
it is an honor for me
de m'adresser à vous
to be
aujourd'hui
speaking
pour
before
parler
you today
des défis internes
and
de
to talk about
financement
the
dont notre
internal
pays, la
challenges in
République
terms of
démocratique du Congo,
financing
fait
in our
face,
country, the Democratic Republic of
principalement ce qui
Congo,
concerne
and
l'aménagement du
most
territoire
notably urban
et
planning,
sur
territorial
les
planning,
investissements clés
and
et
also
prioritaires
key investments and key
dont les
priorities
territoires
in
de la République démocratique du
the
Congo
different
et le
territories
reste du
of
pays
the
ont
Democratic
besoin
Republic of Congo.
en vue
Here I will be speaking about
d'atteindre l'agenda
the needs
2030
of these different territories to
ou
reach the goals of
l'agenda
the
2063
2030
de l'Union
agenda or the
africaine.
2063 agenda of the
Je
African
tiens
Union.
également
I want to
à
also
profiter de cette occasion pour féliciter
use
les
this
réseaux de
opportunity
solutions
to
pour le
congratulate
développement durable
the
sous le leadership du professeur Jeffrey Sachs
SDSN under the leadership of Jeffrey Sachs for the launch of the new World Commission for the financing of SDG, for the urban financing of SDG, and also congratulate them for the publication of the Sustainable Development Report 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, the Democratic Republic of Congo, my country, is one of the biggest countries in Africa, which has a wide surface area and 52% of total freshwater resources of the African continent. Its forest covers 150 million hectares of the national territories, which makes it one of the biggest forestal countries in the world, which has, indeed, our country covers half of the forest of the Congo Basin. And so we need to mobilize efforts and also adequate investments to manage these resources in a fair and reasonable way, and also put emphasis on them at the local level without compromising the wellness of future generations, and to guarantee the livelihood of our future generations.
Inscrivant mon intervention dans le cadre des mécanismes de financement
in the framework of the
du processus de la réforme d'aménagement du territoire qui rentre dans le cadre de l'agenda 2030 des Nations Unies accessible des objectifs de développement durable, je voudrais de prime abord rappeler que depuis 2015,
ever since 2015, the international community has adopted, under the auspices of the UN, the Agenda 2030, which is an agenda post-2015, which includes 17 new SDGs.
À ce jour,
up to this date,
sous le leadership
and under
de son
the leadership
Excellence
of His Excellency,
le Président de la République,
the President of the
chef de l'État,
Republic,
Félix Antoine Tshisekedi
Felix
Tshilombo,
Antoine Tshisekedi
Président
Tshilombo,
de la République, dont la
President of the
vision est
Republic,
fidèlement exécutée par son Excellence Jean-Michel Samalukonde Kyenge, Premier
who is
ministre et chef du
represented by
gouvernement. La République
Mr.
démocratique du
Kyenge,
Congo
Prime
est en
Minister,
train
the
de
Democratic Republic
consentir
of Congo
des efforts
is
considérables
currently
pour l'atteinte des ODD,
making
qu'il s'agisse de la lutte
considerable
contre la
efforts to
pauvreté,
reach the
l'accès
SDGs,
pour
whether it's
tous
to
à une
fight against
éducation de
poverty
base
or
de
the
qualité,
access to quality
à la
education
justice,
for all,
à la construction et à la
justice,
modernisation des
or
infrastructures, à savoir les
modernizing
routes,
infrastructure,
les ponts,
that
les
is
aéroports,
roads,
les ports,
ports,
etc.,
airports, etc.,
les équipements socio-collectifs de base, à savoir les écoles, les centres de
infrastructure,
santé, les
schools,
universités, et
health
que sais-je
centers,
encore.
universities.
Il en est de même dans la
And
lutte
what have
contre le
you.
changement climatique,
We
à
also
travers
are
toutes les
fighting
réformes
against
lancées
climate
dans le
change
secteur
throughout
tant
the different,
de l'aménagement du
through the different
territoire,
reforms
du
that we have
foncier
implemented
et de la
to,
forêt, de
when it
l'agriculture,
comes
de
to the
l'énergie,
territory, the
ainsi
forest,
que de la bonne
the
gouvernance.
energy sector, the industry sector,
Cette
and as
énumération
well through good
non
governance.
exhaustive permet
This is, of course,
en
not a
évidence
full
les efforts
list, but it
par
shows
lesquels le
the
gouvernement
efforts that the government
de mon
has
pays
been
participe
making.
activement à la mise
Indeed,
en
we're
œuvre et à
actively
l'atteinte des
participating in
ODD.
the implementation
De plus,
and the reaching of the
pour assurer une
SDGs.
appropriation
Plus,
de la bonne gouvernance, mieux de la
to make
gouvernance
sure
territoriale,
there is good governance at
le
territorial
chemin à
level,
parcourir est encore long,
we still have a long
compte tenu
road
des besoins
ahead.
d'un pays aux dimensions et à
Indeed,
vocation
our country
continentale.
has very
Ce
high
qui compte aujourd'hui
needs.
plus de 100
What
millions d'habitants, ce qui est un
matters
défi
today
énorme à relever.
is that we
Cela
have
appelle
big
bien entendu
challenges
à des
ahead.
investissements
And so we
importants.
need colossal
Il y a donc lié
investments.
sur le plan de financement 2. 1.
And we have a
Renforcer la
finance
mobilisation des
plan
ressources
to
nationales afin d'améliorer les capacités
strengthen
nationales.
national
2.
resources.
Encourager les
We need
pays
to also
partenaires à mettre pleinement en œuvre
mobilize
leurs
partner
engagements d'assistance
countries
publique
to fully
au
implement
développement.
their
3.
ODA
Mobiliser des ressources
pledges.
financières
We also have to
supplémentaires de
mobilize
sources non
added financial
traditionnelles.
resources from non-traditional
4.
resources.
Préserver la
We
viabilité de
also
la
need
dette à long
to
terme par le
preserve
biais de politiques
the
coordonnées
sustainability of debt
visant
on
à
the long
favoriser
term
le financement par emprunt, allègement et
and
la
go
structuration de la dette. Et
and
enfin,
favor date
mettre
restructuring,
l'accent
date
sur la
relief,
promotion des investissements
and
pour attirer
also
les investissements directs
put an emphasis
étrangers.
on direct investment from foreign
S'agissant des
partners.
besoins clés
When
et
it comes
prioritaires
to the key
en
needs
termes
and the
d'aménagement du
priorities,
territoire
when
et
it
le
comes
reste
to
dans
urban
l'ensemble de
planning,
notre pays
all
pour atteindre les
across
objectifs
our
de
countries
développement
to reach
dans le cadre de l'agenda
the
2030 et
SDGs.
2061 de l'Union africaine.
or to reach the targets of the 2063 agenda of the African Union. I want to once again reaffirm that I am convinced that we are capable of reaching the 2030 agenda and the 2063 agenda following the policies of territorial planning by focusing on roads, ports,
autoroutes pour assurer faciliter le déplacement des personnes ainsi que les échanges commerciaux.
Smooth mobility
En
of
effet,
people
pour la
and
mise en
goods.
œuvre de sa vision de faire de la République démocratique du Congo
implement
un pays à revenu intermédiaire à l'horizon 2025, pays émergent à l'horizon 2030
and to
et
make
pays
the
développés à
Republic
l'horizon
of Congo
2050, les gouvernements
emerging
de la
country by
République démocratique du Congo,
2035,
dans le cadre
the
du
government
PNSD,
of the
le plan
Republic,
national
the
stratégique de
Democratic
développement,
Republic, in the
document
framework
d'orientation
of our
stratégique à l'horizon
development
2050,
plan,
a pris et lancé plusieurs initiatives en
taken
termes d'investissement
several
clés
initiatives when it
et
comes to key
prioritaires dans les secteurs
investments
des
and key
infrastructures,
priorities in the
des
sector
transports
of
et des
infrastructure,
voies de communication
of
pour
road transport
reconstruire les
and
infrastructures afin de désenclaver le pays et
communication
favoriser la
channels
relance
in
économique.
order
Deux,
to foster
mobiliser
economic
durablement des
recovery,
ressources nécessaires pour
to
l'exécution
mobilize
des
needed
travaux d'entretien
resources
et de réhabilitation des infrastructures de transport
manage
et
the upkeep
améliorer
of our
l'accès aux
infrastructure
services
system
sociaux
and
de
to
base, à
strengthen
savoir
the access to
l'éducation, la santé,
basic services,
l'assainissement
which means
et l'énergie,
education,
et
sanitation,
enfin
and energy.
promouvoir
And finally,
l'intégration
promote
nationale et
the
régionale.
national and
Ainsi donc,
regional integration.
à partir de la République démocratique du Congo, il a été
The
identifié
Democratic
des axes
Republic of
routiers
Congo has
de grande
identified
importance qui
big
assurent la
roads of
connectivité
high
entre les provinces et le
importance,
pays voisin.
which ensure
Ces réseaux
that we are
d'intégration
connected to
régionale
our provinces and
s'étend sur
regions,
22 045 000 km et nécessite
which
des
represents more than
financements conséquents
20,000
susceptibles de créer
kilometers
plusieurs
of
emplois
roads, and so we
directs
need
et indirects.
high investment to
Ces
create
réseaux ont
direct and
vocation à
indirect
réunifier
jobs.
la RDC
We
par
want
la
to
voie routière
reunify
en permettant la connexion entre les
RDC
différents chefs-lieux de province.
And connected to
En
its
assurant sa
different
mise en praticabilité et
provinces
sa modernisation,
by
ces réseaux
ensuring the
facilitera et
modernization of these
augmentera les
road
échanges entre
network,
la
we will be
RDC et
able
les autres pays
to
du
strengthen
continent
the
africain.
trade between the
Pour dire
DRC
plus,
and other countries
le
of the
cadre du
continent.
PNSD, donc le plan national
In
stratégique
the
de
framework
développement,
of the
envisage
National
un développement
Development
économique et
Plan
social de la RDC qui passe
for
par
the
une diversification de l'économie
economic development
en
of
adaptant une stratégie
DRC,
basée
we
sur une
adopted
approche
a strategy that
intégrée
is based
où
on an
les activités
integrated
primaires telles que la
approach in which
production
the
agricole,
primary activities such as
pétrolière, etc.,
agriculture,
les secteurs secondaires dans l'agroalimentaire, industrie de bois, des produits
the
pétroliers et
forestry
tertiaires,
sector,
à savoir les transports, la
the oil product
commercialisation, le
sector,
financement et la
trade,
réglementation,
financing,
sont
and
intégrés
regulation.
dans
All
une
of
même
these
stratégie
sectors are integrated within
dénommée
one same
pôle
strategy,
de
which
croissance.
is called growth
Ainsi,
pole.
le PNSD a identifié 8
And
pôles
so
de
this
croissance pour
plan
lesquels
has
des investissements
identified
importants sont attendus, à savoir
8 key
les
areas.
corridors Matadi-Boma,
The
Kinshasa
Mata
qui quittent pour développer l'industrie, l'agriculture et le
corridor
marché, y
to
compris la zone
develop,
économique de Maluku, axé
agriculture,
sur le développement et
which
l'industrie
is
agroalimentaire, des
what
matériaux
puts an
de
emphasis
construction.
on
Les corridors Kinshasa,
materials
Équateur,
for
Mbandaka pour le
construction,
développement de
the
l'agriculture,
corridor
les corridors
Kinshasa,
Lubumbashi,
Equator
Likasi,
for
Kolwezi pour le développement des mines et
the
de
development of
l'agriculture,
agriculture,
les corridors Lubumbashi, Kindu, Kisangani
the
pour le
corridor
développement
Lubumbashi-Kindu
des mines, de la pêche,
for
du
the
bois et de
mine,
l'agriculture,
forestry,
les
and
corridors
agriculture, the corridor
Lubumbashi, Kindu,
Lubumbashi-Kindu,
pour développer
Kisanga
les mines,
for
de
the
la pêche,
development
le
of
bois et
mines,
l'agriculture,
forestry,
les
and
corridors fluviales
fishing, the
Kinshasa,
corridor
Kisangani
Kinshasa,
pour développer le
Kisanga,
transport,
Kingali
la pêche,
for
le
the
bois et
transport,
l'agriculture, les corridors
agriculture, the corridor
Kisangani consacrés au développement de
Goma for the
l'agriculture,
development
tourisme
of
dans les montagnes
agriculture,
de
tourism
Virunga,
in the
les
mountains of
corridors
Virunga,
Bukavu-Kalemi axés
the
essentiellement
corridor
pour le développement de l'agriculture, pêche,
and another corridor
tourisme
for
autour
fishing,
du lac
tourism
Tanganyika.
around the
Comme l'on peut
lake
le
Tanganyika.
remarquer, l'affectation de
As
toutes ces
you may
activités
have
correspond aux
noticed,
objectifs de chacune des zones,
we have implemented
nécessite
different
une
activities in
planification
different
spatiale
zones, and
à
so
laquelle
we need
s'emploie mon ministère, donc le ministère de
accurate,
l'aménagement du
spatial,
territoire, car nous
spatial
sommes
and
conscients
urban
que
planning,
cela constitue un préalable à toute
which-
planification économique.
and we are aware that this also requires economic
Outre ces investissements qui
planification.
s'inscrivent dans le cadre de l'atteinte de
We
l'agenda
have made
2030 des Nations
investments
Unies
in the
et de l'agenda
framework
2063
of
de l'Union africaine,
of our strategy
Il y
to
a
reach the
lié
2030
d'investir
agenda
dans
and
le
the
projet Grand
2063 agenda. We have
au
also
regard
invested in
d'une
the project
part
Grand
du taux
Inga,
d'accès national à l'électricité estimé à 15% de la population, contre
This
une
is a
moyenne
project
africaine de 35%, et d'autre part, le président
involves
de la République,
15% of the
chef de
population
l'État,
in the
Félix
Republic.
Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo,
President of the Republic,
veut
Félix
développer
Tshisekedi wants to
Inga par
also
sa dimension
develop
africaine
Inga
et
through its
mondiale.
African dimension
Comme
and its
il l'a
world
dit,
dimension.
la RDC est un pays
The
solution.
DRC is a
À
country
travers
of
Inga,
solutions,
nous
and
voulons
through
offrir à nos
Inga,
compatriotes,
we want to offer
aux
to our
Africains
citizens,
et
to
au reste du
African
monde,
as a whole,
une
and to the
énergie
rest of the
propre
world,
et bon marché.
a
Et
clean
pour ce
and
faire,
affordable
son Excellence
energy.
Monsieur le Président de la République, chef de l'État, Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo,
And Félix Antoine
souhaite le faire
Tshisekedi
avec
wants
tout le monde.
to
Je dis
do
bien
so
avec tout le
with
monde.
everyone
Il en a
involved,
parlé
and I
lors
am
de son
saying
dernier séjour
everyone.
dans la
He
République
mentioned it
de
during
Chine.
his
Et nous
last
sommes
trip to
aujourd'hui
the Republic
ici
of
pour en
China, and
parler
we are here
également.
today to talk about it as
Ce
well.
faisant, l'intérêt du président de la République,
The interest
chef
of
de
the
l'État,
President
pour ce projet n'est
of
pas
the
égoïste,
Republic
il veut intégrateur avec la participation de tout le monde.
In
Il est fait pour les
open
générations
approach,
présentes
which involves
ainsi que pour les
everyone.
générations
He
futures.
wants to involve the present
Il est
generation, the
certain que
current generations, and
les
the future
projets de Grand Tinga,
generations. The
ce
project
projet aura
of Kantinga
produit son premier kilowatt
will produce its first
d'électricité.
generate
Le
its first
président aura
kilowatt of
depuis longtemps,
electricity soon.
avec son successeur, avec ceux qui l'ont succédé, cette
The
fois-là,
President
permettre au pays de rendre possible ce grand projet de Inga.
has made possible
Nous
this great
appelons
project of Inga.
ainsi à la
And so
mobilisation
we
de
are calling
tous
for the
pour
mobilization
concrétiser
of
cet
all
énorme investissement.
to
Par ailleurs,
finalize this
en marche de la
huge
COP27, organisée en
investment in
novembre
parallel of the
2022 en Égypte,
COP27, which is organized in
j'ai eu
Sharm
à
el-Sheikh in
échanger
Egypt.
avec les représentants de l'Agence
I had
française
the
de
pleasure
développement
of
dans le cadre de la
talking
modernisation
with the
des villes
president of the
existantes
AFD
en RDC
in the framework of the
conformément
modernizing
à
of
mes
cities in
attributions.
the
À ce jour,
DRC.
avec l'Agence française de développement,
Alongside the
j'ai
French
donc le
Development
plaisir
Agency,
d'annoncer que nous nous
I have
sommes
the pleasure
finalement
of
mis
announcing that
d'accord
we
pour
have agreed upon
l'investissement d'un projet à la hauteur
investment
de
for
50
a
millions d'euros,
project, a 50
dont
million
10
euro
millions en
project,
subventions
and 10
et 40
million
millions en prêts
of those
concessionnaires.
are coming from
Ce qui est
subsidies
une avancée parce que ça
and
va
the rest
permettre
from
parce que
concessional
dans le cadre
loans.
de la
It
gouvernance
is a step
territoriale,
forward because
une
indeed in the
ville
framework of
durable, cette fois-là c'est la
territorial
ville de Boma qui a été choisie. Boma,
governance, the
dans
city
le
of
cadre de
Boma
l'histoire,
was
c'est
chosen,
l'ancienne capitale de la
and Boma is the
République
former
démocratique
capital
du
of
Congo.
DRC.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and
sur le plan
gentlemen,
national,
when it
en
comes to the
tant que
national
ministère
plan,
de l'aménagement du territoire,
as the Ministry
mon
of
équipe et
Territorial
moi-même, nous
Planning,
appuyons
my
constamment
team and I
sur
are
l'agenda
always
2030 et leur cible en vue de
using
matérialiser
the 2030
la vision
agenda
de son
and
Excellence,
its
Monsieur le Président de la
targets
République,
in order
chef de l'État,
to
qui consiste à offrir
make a
une
reality the
équité
vision of our
d'accès
President of the
aux
Republic
services essentiels,
in order for
une
all
qualité
our
de vie
citizens to have
décente
equal
et
access
des
to
meilleures
basic
conditions
services,
sociales,
have
économiques et
decent life
sanitaires
quality,
à
and
tous
have
citoyens congolais. Pour ce
good,
faire,
a
le
good
programme
economic and social
de PEDEL
situation.
145 territoires, dont je fais partie
In the
du comité de
145
pilotage,
territories and
initié par son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la
covered by
République,
the steering
Félix Antoine
committee,
Tshisekedi Tshilombo,
which I
pour combattre la
chair,
pauvreté et les inégalités sociales,
to fight
vise
against
in fine à réduire également les
this
inégalités
committee
spatiales
wishes to
et dynamiser
fight
les
against
économies locales
poverty and also
et transformer les conditions et les cadres de vie
transform the
des populations
conditions and
congolaises
the
vivant
life
dans les zones
of
jusque-là
Congolese
mal
populations
desservies
that
par les
used
infrastructures
that up
et les
until now
services
have
sociaux
lived
de
into
base.
zones that are
Les 10
lacking
programmes
infrastructure
est
and
actuellement mis
basic
en œuvre
services. We have
sous
implemented
la
a
coordination de ma
program.
collègue ministre d'État qui est d'ailleurs ici dans la salle,
One of my
Madame la
colleagues
ministre
working
d'État
on such
Judith,
a project is with
pour
me in the
un coût
room today,
global d'1,6 milliard
costs
de dollars américains.
$1,600 million
L'aménagement du territoire,
American dollars.
par son caractère multidimensionnel,
Urban and territorial
multi-acteurs et
planning
transversal,
includes different actors, and it
assurera
is a
la coordination de toutes ces actions
cross,
à travers la conception
sector
et
approach.
l'élaboration des outils de planification
We
spatiale,
will
à savoir
be implementing the right
le
tools for
schéma
urban planning
national,
by
les guides
focusing
méthodologiques, la loi sur
on
l'aménagement du territoire ainsi que la
different-
politique nationale
a different
d'aménagement
toolbox.
du territoire. Ainsi, il se situe en amont et en aval de toutes les actions sectorielles, dans la
this
conception des outils,
in the
dans le
to
suivi et
create
évaluation de la mise en œuvre de ces actions et
tools
dans la
and implement
surveillance
actions
permanente
and to carry
de
out
l'utilisation
a
de
proper
l'espace physique du
follow-up
pays suivant les orientations du gouvernement de la
by
République
following the
dirigé
directives
par son
of
Excellence
the
Jean-Michel Samaloukonde Kenge, Premier ministre et chef du
President
gouvernement,
of the Republic.
conformément à la vision de son Excellence Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, chef de l'État, Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo. Il est donc primordial
is essential. So it is essential to restructure the global financial architecture in a way that is efficient for developing countries, and it is essential to invest for SDGs. The initiative Stimulus
qui vise à compenser
SDG,
les conditions de marché défavorables auxquelles sont confrontés les pays en développement. Donc, la RDC, en augmentant le financement de 500 milliards de dollars par an, grâce à une combinaison de financements concessionnels et non concessionnels, qui se renforce mutuellement, constitue un pas dans la bonne direction. Parce que, comme vous le savez, les pays comme le Congo, à qui on demande de faire des efforts dans le cadre de la conservation de la nature, ces efforts doivent évidemment être compensés pour permettre à ce que ces populations locales à qui on demande à ne pas faire le champ, alors qu'elles vivent que des travaux champêtres, ces populations, il faut leur trouver des financements pour avoir de quoi vivre et financer leurs projets.
When without this land, they have no means of livelihood, and so we need to compensate them with investment.
Sur le fait que la mise en œuvre des ODD
I want to put an emphasis on the fact that implementing the SDGs in the DRC is being carried out in a context of conflict and instability, more notably in the eastern part of the country, which has an impact on the public resources and the allocation of public resources which are allocated to the war effort and the fight against armed groups, which are causing destruction in our cities and our territories. In this part of the country, day and night, women are raped, children are beaten, and there was a report that was recently made public by experts of the United Nations which has proven that the war is causing insecurity in the eastern part of our country. I am thus calling upon, and it is what our President of the Republic wishes. I want to call upon international solidarity in the face of this situation. Indeed, the sound of gunshots is still being heard, whether it be in Ukraine or South Sudan or wherever else in the world. I am calling for peace, for security, and for prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Merci à vous, Votre Excellence. Thank you,
Your Excellency.
Excellency, for addressing this audience today. I didn't write it down, but you mentioned a number of times these spatial analysis, planning, and data. The term spatial is, of course, something at the SDSN that that is very important, an important priority, and of course an important priority of this SDG Transformation Center. Our next speaker is Professor Jeffrey Sachs, the director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University and president of the SDSN. Jeff, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Minister, for excellent remarks. I want to spend just a few minutes to introduce the report that people should have at their seats and to explain a little bit about what we are doing and what we're aiming to do. And I'm going to do that by going back 50 years to the start of my studies of economics, and to say that at that time there was a newly minted Nobel Prize in economics, the first one given to a Dutch economist named Jan Tinbergen. And he was a magnificent economist that made a great contribution to humanity. That doesn't often go together with the economics profession, but he did it because he took very seriously the idea that economics should be a science to improve the human condition. And he wanted to put that into numbers. And he wanted to put that into public policy in a serious way. So he did two things. First, he developed the first ever quantitative model of the Dutch economy so that he could use that small mathematical framework with an adding machine at the time, by the way, because this was very time-consuming in the 1930s to make statistical estimates. But he wanted to have a framework to be able to talk about the public policy choices. Then he did something rather remarkable, and that is he invented the field of economic policy design. Now you say, well, what does that mean, that field? He came up with a core concept, which for me, for 50 years, has been very crucial. And that is, he said, we have some targets and we have some instruments to achieve those targets. And if we know what our targets are, and we know what our instruments are, and we know how the economy functions, then it's a mathematical calculation to say what our instrument should be, what our policy dials should be, how much we should invest here, how much we should spend here, how much we should tax here in order to achieve our targets. And so he invented the framework of targets and instruments. If you're in economics, you live and breathe that. You don't know that it was an invention. You know certain things, like you need basically as many instruments as you have targets. Then you have to make sure that they're not collinear and many other things. And if your economy behaves in a linear way, it's inverting a matrix to tell you, here are my targets, here are my instruments, here's how the economy works. I invert a matrix, and lo and behold, I know what I should do as a policymaker. It's all very logical. Actually, it's how good decisions are made in businesses and in organizations, and in optimum design and efficiency. It's not so much how public policy is made, however, because that is too logical. Public policy is the arena of power. It's the arena of lobbying. It's the arena of conflict. It's not the arena of inverting a matrix or solving a set of nonlinear equations. Though if it were, the world would be better off in many ways, actually. We would know what to do. We would make decisions about what would be worthwhile, and we would go about doing that. Well, he designed all of that around 80 years ago. And I started studying economics 50 years ago. And by the time I was studying economics, they told us the problem's a little bit more complicated. Now you need a dynamic equation. So instead of just a matrix, you have a differential equation you need to solve. But then we had computers, and so I was put in a computer lab, and I was shown how to make a numerical calculation. And then a very clever group of mathematicians in Russia designed what we call optimum control theory, and designed how to optimize a dynamic system. So that's what I learned, which is, okay, you want to decarbonize by 2050. Here's how your energy system works. Here's how your technologies work. Now you have a set of equations, and if they're nonlinear equations, you can do a numerical estimation and solve for the best pathway for decarbonizing. How much should you invest this year? How much should you invest next year? So that by 2050 you reach your target. And since it's a multidimensional system, you want to reach a vector of targets. In fact, according to the UN, 169 of them. And that's in each country, so it's 169 times 193. Well, it's no problem for a modern computer, but the idea is link your policies to your targets. I really came to like that idea. And by the way, then it was realized by Bellman that maybe you should add uncertainty in this. And so you need to have not just the Pontryagin conditions, but you need the Bellman equation. And that's numerically solvable also, so we can say what even we should do under uncertainty. To tell you the truth, this is the right way to do things. That we should say, here's what we would like. How should we achieve those goals? What would be the logical approach to actually achieve what we've said? How little we do that. So with the SDGs, we set some basic goals. And the goals are really nice goals. They're not shocking, like all children should be in school until they complete secondary school. Come on, of course, are you kidding? So it might be interesting for somebody in the world to reflect on the 500 million or so kids that aren't in school right now, up through upper secondary, and say, gee, that is a tragedy and it's a violation of what we set to do. Do we have any instruments for meeting that target? And then you'd say, well, yeah, actually, it's called a school building. You build it. And then you have a teacher inside. And you could even put in electricity so that you could be on the grid. And maybe a toilet inside so that the students could stay there all day. Actually, we know how to do that. We train people and give them master's and PhD's degrees in education planning. And similarly, we have a target that everybody should have universal health coverage, SDG 4. Sorry, SDG 3. SDG target 3.8. SDG 4 is for education, that everybody should have a quality education. It's not so hard if we tried. And what you realize in public policy is that most of the things we're talking about are a mix of economic activities that require physical infrastructure and trained personnel in order to carry out certain tasks in our society, like schools, like clinics, like hospitals, or building roads, or having a water and sewerage system, SDG 6, or having a power grid, SDG 7, and so forth. So to me, we have plenty of instruments, we have clear targets. The targets, to my mind, make ample sense, which is why all 193 UN member states agreed with them, adopted them. But then to get people to link the targets and the instruments is absolutely the weirdest, hardest thing in the world. And so we go, yeah, we love the SDGs. Well, what are you going to do about them? What do you mean? Well, what are your instruments? What are your targets? What is your model of achievement? What's your timeline? And what's interesting is, how are you going to pay for it? Because actually running a school costs money. And training the teacher costs money. And if you have a dynamic system, it's an investment process. You build the capital, the human capital, the physical infrastructure, and so forth. Nothing too fancy. That's what a standard development economics framework is all about. And you try to say, here's what we should do in order to reach the targets that we've set. There maybe are a handful of governments that do this in the world. You need a good, strong planning agency. You need good analytical skills. You need that your political leadership actually is interested in trying to link the instruments of governance with the targets that they have ostensibly agreed to. Our international institutions barely do this, which is, for me, one of the biggest surprises. The IMF, which I like and work with almost every day for the last 40 years, I'd say in one way or another, doesn't do its job. Never has for the whole 40 years that I've worked with it, because they don't ask. What they do is they are the interface with the finance minister. They never sit down with the finance minister, not once in my experience in 4 decades, and say, how can we solve your instruments and targets problem? In other words, they never sit down and say, you know, you're supposed to meet the SDGs. You're the Democratic Republic of Congo. But none of your people has electricity. Now, what could we do about that? Oh, yes, Inga, Grand Inga, we should build that because that would provide 70 gigawatts of power. They'll never ask that question. What they will do is say, finance minister, you have this much money, don't spend more than it, you'll give us a problem, or you'll have inflation. And so show us how you're going to limit your spending, and that is the end of it. So I have been arguing for many years, it's actually now 25 years, but I made progress in the last 4 years, that they should learn how much it costs to provide a kilowatt hour of power, how much it costs to have a child in school, how much it costs to have someone have health care, how much it costs to build a kilometer of road. Those are things the IMF never knew. Strange, because they are our international institution to deal with the finance ministers of the world. What do finance ministers do? They try to link instruments and targets. So the IMF did some very nice studies 4 years ago, and then 2 years ago, and they asked how much would it cost to achieve the SDGs by 2030 on the timeline for 5 priorities: healthcare, education, roads, power, and water. And they found out that for a low income, they have 57 countries, low and lower middle income, that are their countries in need. And they call them low income developing countries, LIDCs. And they made the calculation, how much would it cost to finance this? And then they made the calculation, how much revenue does this government have out of its taxes? And if it tries harder to raise taxes, so it increases the fiscal space, so-called. And then you know what they found? There's a gap of about $500 billion a year. It's impossible for the DRC to achieve the SDGs out of its own resources. It's impossible. Now, what did they do with that finding? So far, they wrote a nice paper. It has not changed anything in public policy at all, except that there's an acknowledgement we have a financing gap. And it's not Professor Sachs saying it, it's not some radical saying it, it's the IMF, which is, I would say, the core of our institutional establishment. And they've acknowledged there is a gap of several hundred billion. That's not even a full accounting. That's just for 57 countries and for 5 targets. There are many more to be achieved. So, let me tell you a piece of good news. If the DRC had electricity, if you had transport, if you had internet coverage, and especially if the children were able to stay in school up through upper secondary with quality teachers, the DRC would achieve economic growth of about 10% per year for the next 30 years at least. That means it would double every 7 years in size. And if it did this for 35 years, that would be 7 doublings. And if you look at what 7 doublings would mean, I'm sorry, that would be 5 doublings, excuse me. If you look at what 5 doublings, that's 2 to the 5th power. So that's 32-fold increase. And so even if the DRC borrowed this money to do this, if it borrowed at the same terms that the French government would borrow or the same terms that the German government would borrow, say 3% on a 30-year bond, in 30 years, your economy would be something completely different from what it is right now. And how do we know? Because China did exactly that. China did it for 40 years, massive investment. They made the investments, they grew at 10% per year for 35 years. They increased more than 30 times. They freaked out the United States, by the way. They got so big that now we have a completely neurotic America. But that's another issue. That's a different lecture. That's a psychoanalytic lecture about trying to be number one when someone else is very big. But the point is, you could even do this with financing. You don't need to do this with gifts. You could close the gap with loans. And not even loans at extraordinary terms, loans at normal terms. What do I mean by normal? I mean normal that the United States or France or Germany would be able to finance the government. For when we borrow, we borrow to fund wars. That's what the United States borrows for. We spent $6 trillion on the stupidest wars imaginable and ran up a big debt. And who cares? We could borrow at 2% interest and so forth. But what if the DRC went to borrow that way? Mr. Minister, you wouldn't get a penny. No one is going to lend you money, just to tell you the hard facts. Or you'd be CCC rated and you would get a 3-year loan at 16% interest. And development doesn't take 3 years, it takes 30 years. And so you would default after 3 years. And then everyone would say, you see, I told you. So this is the sense in which you have to link targets and instruments and finance together. Because the actual fact is the SDGs are financeable, even on not an aid basis, just on a normal market finance basis. Except global markets don't work properly. They fund the rich, they don't fund the poor. There are a lot of interesting reasons for that, but I'll tell you the truth, no one in economics really understands this. And our Nobel Prize winner that died just a few weeks ago, Robert Lucas, wrote a very influential paper about 20 years ago asking, why doesn't capital flow from rich to poor countries? And he didn't know, and nobody knows for sure, except the system's a bit rigged. And one reason is, incidentally, that if Congo were to borrow, it could not borrow in its national currency, it would borrow in our currency, and it would get into a liquidity crisis because there'd be no central bank to bail it out. And the IMF, which could have been a world central bank, was stopped by the United States in 1944 from becoming a world central bank, which was the idea that John Maynard Keynes had. So It's a lot to say, except here's the basic point. We have set targets. We have the instruments to achieve them. When we calculate how to achieve them as best we can on a spreadsheet or a model, it looks pretty reasonable. Maybe it's another $2 trillion a year needed, directed at these investments. $2 trillion among macroeconomists isn't quite nothing, but it's 2% of world output per year for the fate of the world. It's not a big deal. And since it's a loan, not a gift, it's even less of a deal. And since global saving is about $30 trillion a year, it's about 1/15 of global saving, which if directed towards poor countries would get the kids in school, would get the clinics and running, would get electrification for everybody, would have water and sanitation for everybody. It would accomplish all of these things. So to me, this is the biggest puzzle of our whole world. Why doesn't this happen? We've set the goals, we can run the models, we can look at the spreadsheets. We're adults, so we can talk to each other, we can reason together, but it doesn't happen. Instead, I read a headline, World Bank announces it will be $430 billion to rebuild Ukraine. Okay, what does that mean in translation? It means we're going to knock down $430 billion of good things, and then we're going to spend money to rebuild it. That's how the world works. That's crazy, by the way. Better yet, save the $430 billion and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. End the war, talk with each other, negotiate. Don't destroy a whole country. And it's both sides that need to talk to each other. This is a war between the US and Russia to a large extent. So we need actually a different approach. So we have been writing this report for the last 8 years, which is tracking how things are going and what it would take to get them to go right. So it's the targets and instruments problem. We have indicators here. Guillaume here? Yeah, how many indicators? About 100 indicators. Those are our targets. And then we measure, are you on a path to achieve the 2030 targets? Well, the answer is not for one single goal. And there's no country in the world that's on a path for all of them. And for much of the developing world, there's not a country that is achieving even one of the goals. And we need to link our targets and our instruments. And our targets, our instruments, and our finance. And that's what this summit that President Macron has called is all about, in my view, and I think in his view, I hope, as well, which is how do we link what we've said we are going to do with the means to do it, the targets and the instruments. Now, mind you, just a couple of more quick points and then I will finish. First, what we have said we would do is not only climate, though we're obviously not even doing that. We said we would look at climate action in at least 3 dimensions: decarbonizing or ending the greenhouse emissions, net zero by 2050, creating climate resilient or adapted societies, and being able to respond to losses and damages. Not one of those is funded properly right now. But in addition, even in the Paris Agreement, right at the beginning it says, this agreement is in the context of sustainable development, because the Paris Agreement was reached on December 12, 2015, a few weeks after the SDGs were adopted on September 25th, 2015. So it's in that context. So what we need is a financing framework that covers climate and sustainable development. And since those two agreements were reached, we reached two more important agreements. This year, we reached the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework, and we just reached the Open Seas or High Seas Treaty under the UN Convention of the Law of the Seas. And those are also investments that need to be financed. So nobody yet, and we haven't done it yet, though this is one of our aims, is to understand these numbers fully. What we do understand very well is that low-income countries and lower middle-income countries cannot achieve the Sustainable Development Goals with the current global financial architecture. We also understand, maybe paradoxically, that a lot of lending, even without ODA in the traditional grant sense, could close the gaps, because with proper investment, poor countries could really achieve rapid economic development. There is no intrinsic reason to be poor in this world. Countries are poor because they lack electricity, skilled workers, fiber, and other core infrastructure. There's no other reason than that. And because they're poor, they can't invest in those things on their own. And the credit rating agencies give them a sub-investment grade, so they can't do it through markets. And so we're looking for official solutions in one way or another. So the first part of the report details the fact that we're way off track, not surprising. Some countries in quite desperate shape, like DRC, which needs a lot of help. And the world has stolen from DRC for so long. It's been 150 years of nonstop plunder since a very nasty king of the Belgium started the stealing and creating even a slave colony in his name. And the stealing has gone on for a long time, so it's time to help you, Minister, fund the development of your country. This is the most basic point that we can imagine. The second part of our studies, what we call SDG Transformation Laboratory, is trying to apply Tinbergen to the SDGs. How can you achieve the SDGs? What are the instruments? What is the investment profile? The most important term that I would convey to you for this is pathway. What is the pathway between now and 2030 and the pathway between now and 2050 to get to where we want to go? It's a trajectory. It's not a point. It's not a single policy. It's an investment program over a period to mid-century. And that is the second part of our work. The third part of our work is asking which governments care. It's a very interesting question for me, since the United States government does not use the phrase Sustainable Development Goals. Weird. There are 5 countries that have not had a voluntary national review of their SDG strategy. They are South Sudan. You can think in your mind why. South Sudan, Myanmar, Yemen, Haiti, and the United States of America. So the country that says we're a leader, they don't say we're a leader, they say we're the leader, doesn't even mention the Sustainable Development Goals. Well, you cannot find your instruments if you don't even have targets. So that's another big problem that we face. So we made an index of government SDG effort and commitment. We were able to rank 74 countries. It's interesting and sad. The United States ranked 74th on objective data. Do you abide by UN treaties? Are you a member of the UN? Do you mention the SDGs? Do you have an SDG program? All of the different components. Russia is 72 out of 74. So I think the 2 countries that are at war would do a lot better making peace and then working on sustainable development, actually. because they're wasting their time and destroying Ukraine in the meantime, instead of actually doing what they need to be doing. So we are midway through. I want to thank the government of France, and by the way, the most innovative person in all of international finance in recent years is the person who's going to speak next after me. It's true, because he's the one that's brought all the international institutions together more than anybody else. I will let Guillaume introduce him in a moment. But I'm really grateful to the government of France for hosting this summit. I'm profoundly grateful to Mayor Hidalgo, not only for inspiring us and hosting us in this day, but also chairing a new, very important commission that will help to solve one crucial piece of this puzzle, and that is the financing at the urban level. And she and Mayor Paes of Rioux are two great mayors that will help to pull this together. So it's a privilege to launch the SDG Report 2023. We are really launching today the SDG Transformation Laboratory. Our work is to make the diagnostics, the analytics, the quantification, the policy frameworks to actually achieve what we have said we want to achieve. And the reason is what we have said we want to achieve is really important for us to achieve. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Jeff, for the powerful words and also for basically doing my job. So I don't think Rémy needs much introduction. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Rémy Rioux on stage, the CEO, the Directeur Général de l'Agence Française de Développement, the French Development Agency. Rémy, the floor is yours.
Director of the French Development Agency.
Bien. Pas facile de monter sur scène.
It's quite hard to take the floor following the two previous speakers.
Pour vos paroles,
I want to thank you for your words, Jeffrey, and I want to thank Anne Hidalgo as well, Madam Mayor, for inviting us to this beautiful event that covers such a key topic that is the financing of cities to reach the SDGs. Thank you very much to Minister Luando Amboyo. We launched your BOMA project during the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, and it is a pleasure to see that this project is currently ongoing. I'm also seeing many friends in the room. Dear Naoko, it's a pleasure to see that you are now working for the University of Tokyo. Dear Eric, it is lovely to see you as well from your investment bank. Dear Arnaud Gatchal, Deputy for Europe, International Relations and Francophone, alongside Anne Hidalgo, and whom we are working with on a regular basis.
Vous dire la perspective d'un
What I wanted to share with you today is the perspective of a player of a financial institution. I also wanted to add a couple of words on the summit which will take place tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The French Development Agency is closely tied to the work currently ongoing, and hopefully during the next 2 days there will be very concrete decisions and messages will be shared, and the messages that were shared today will be picked up during these 2 days of discussion. This moment is important and integral. It's a key part of our collective work. In the spirit that was defined by Jeff Sachs. And thank you for this report, which underlines the emergency, indeed the report on Sustainable Development 2023
avant que ce message soit dit plus fortement encore
highlighting this message of emergency, and it will be picked up once again at the end of September when the General Assembly of the United Nations meets to carry out a stocktake of the SDGs, and we will then see that we are far from having reached them and that we are in a situation of emergency. For the summit tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we want to help for the emergence of a new consensus. So this is a discussion that will take place amongst heads of state at the highest level possible, and we hope that this new consensus will have three key components, which are tied and linked together. The first one was mentioned by Jeff, and he did so with lots of talent. That is the need for a new reference framework, so a new rationale, the need for a new methodology as well.
Évidemment, 2015 est une année
2015 was a year of revolution, but sadly, the summits weren't organized in the right order. Indeed, in July of 2015, there was another summit that was organized, which was the summit of Addis Ababa on the financing of development. And then we went to New York at the end of September for the adoption of the 17 SDGs, and then we met in Paris again for the Paris Agreement on climate change, and we met in Montreal and in Kunming for biodiversity. But the summit on financing was held at the beginning of this whole process, which is a bit strange because we should have talked about financing at the end of these summits. And so ever since 2015, we have one issue, which is that the mandate of all our international financial institutions and national institutions, and this includes ours in France, the French Development Agency, this mandate is simply not clear enough, and it is not in line with the political objectives that were set back then and made a reality through the SDGs. And so I believe President Macron has a real will to change and correct this time frame. Indeed, we have to make sure that the financial system is in line with our political ambition. It is the aim of this summit tomorrow. Of course, the summit will only be a step as part of this entire process. The decisions will be made in other fora at the United Nations General Assembly, during the COP28 in Dubai, in these legitimate fora. I'm also thinking about the summit that will take place in India, but hopefully we will be able to push for this movement and launch this movement. And I hope that our work will be useful. Of course, the big topic today is to define a framework in which climate and development are not opposed. This is the main goal of the SDGs, but once we still see that this is quite a difficult question, which leads to distrust in the on the international scene, and we have to overcome these differences and put an end to that distrust. So this is not my expertise. All my clients want to have climate and development together, but it's still a reality, and so we need to move away from this reference framework that we currently have with ODA on one side. ODA is useful, but it is a framework that was set up in 1969, so way back when, and of course ever since then it has been more clearly defined, and it was linked to the development goals. But we know that all this money is not well allocated because we now have different challenges. And then on the other side we have another reference framework in which we have public money and private money. It is less clear, and this is what we call climate finance, so Copenhagen in 2009, 2010. And so for a while these two frameworks strengthened one another. we saw climate finance and ODA rise, but what I'm seeing is a different trend, and so we really need to now define a clear, unique framework within which all players, public and private, will be able to act, and this will be able to unleash the financial power, which will give make sure that policies can be implemented. And this is a message that we share within development banks, but the heads of states have to help us along this path and let us know what the SDGs are, in what ways we can align with them. We also have to mention the different trajectories of different countries and how we can move forward in a more livable world. So the second objective is the summit is new financial means. Of course, we will take a close look at that, and for that we have different options on the table. So Jeff has mentioned a couple of them. There was the issue of special drawing rights and these 100 billion that were announced in May 2021. Will that be reached? The question of 100 billion that was promised in Copenhagen, will that be reached as well? It will certainly be reached, but maybe with delays. And there's also the issue of international taxation and taxation of maritime transport, how to make sure there's more fiscal space in countries that find themselves in a difficult situation due to their public debt. So we decided to bring all these issues to this table with the hope to find solutions. And France is well placed to do so. In fact, as you know, we have reached 0.56% of our, we have allocated 0.56% of our wealth to ODA. There was a pledge made by President Macron, and we allocate 6 billion euros per year for climate finance. This was a pledge that was made after the Paris Agreement. And in France, we have a lot of taxation, and we have a tax on financial transactions, which brings in every year 2 billion euros, and 1/3 of this amount is tied to development. There's also a different tax, the Chirac tax, which is a tax on plane tickets, which brings in a little bit less money, but around 200 million euros. And so we wish to go even further for more international collaboration and cooperation. And we want this movement to accelerate so that we find the right financial solutions. And third key element of the summit, the new financial architecture at a global level. We don't only need a reference framework, we also need to implement the right policies and bring financial resources to the last mile. And we need to reorganize financial institutions, and we need to have a different organization of public financial institutions, so bigger development banks that are more limber. And this is what we launched during the previous summit, the Finance in Common, FIX we call it, let's fix it together. And the idea is to have the right ties between different financial institutions, which are key, and to make sure that they're also linked to regional institutions and national institutions. Indeed, the SDGs are about transition. All countries need to transition and change their their system as a whole. And so this message has to be ingrained in every state, in every territory. And there's 550 development banks in the world. We have one in France, which is the oldest bank in the world. It came about in 1816 after the wars waged by Napoleon. It is the Caisse des dépôts et consignations, and it has been useful. It is still robust. Its financial weight is 1 year worth of French GDP, so 3 times the World Bank. It is a huge financial institution. Japan also has has a development bank, Germany as well. There are development banks in many countries of the world. There are 550 development banks, and when we add up the financing from all these institutions, that represents $2,500 billion. And to achieve the SDGs, we need 2 or 3 trillions per year. 2 or 3 thousand billions. And we are still expecting them, we're waiting for them. But this is a key message. Maybe if you could take a look at our initiative Finance in Common and maybe challenge the way we have set it up, and if you can help us to better structure this big public investment system, and if you can help us to better use this public investment to mobilize other players and also the other 85% of the financial system, which are obviously private investors, well, it would be superb. Indeed, the private sector is not financing everything, but the more private investors we can bring in, where opportunities and projects are, then the better the situation will be. So once again, thank you to Jeff, thank you to everyone. The French Development Agency have been in contact with these different institutions and are trying to work alongside them in the best way possible. I will end by saying, and I think it's particularly pertinent, that when we think about the financing of cities, so urban financing, which is the topic of the meeting today, well, it is one of the issues, one of the biggest issues on our markets. It's faulty, and so we have to make sure that that financial institutions go towards local territories. I was with the mayor of Barranquilla just a couple of minutes ago, and we financed a project in the cities of Barranquilla without the guarantee from the national government, and so this was financing in pesos. It wasn't in dollars or in euros, and it's been going smoothly so far. And it has an impact on populations and on neighborhoods, and so we finance infrastructure, sporting infrastructure, which of course makes this project even better. Let me remind you that the Olympic Games will be happening in Paris next year, and we can finance sports with development financing. We can also finance different projects such as waste management in Lomé. There's a wide array. There's 3 billion euros coming from the AFD per year that goes towards cities, and so we need to go even further to finance non-sovereign entities. So that means not only governments. Indeed, we're far too often in this paradox of highly indebted governments who we ask for sacrifices when the other public actors are not being financed or being financed in a very limited way. So there needs to be the right balance has to be struck. So 2/3 of the SDGs are depending on the financing of cities, and soon the majority of our population will live in cities. So we have to act quicker, go further, and we have to innovate when it comes to financial instruments. And I will end my speech by saying that I am particularly happy to be here with you today at the Mairie de Paris. I've always asked myself, what is the role of Paris in the world governance? And I'm quite happy to be here with you today. Hopefully this summit for a new financial pact will be fruitful, and I'm very happy that it is taking place in Paris. And I believe it's for a reason. Indeed, the French government has been conveying these messages for many years, and the city of Paris, its climate academy, its its plan for adaptation to climate change are conveying and supporting these messages as well. And in Paris, there is a host of players influent on the international scene and different organizations. We have many institutions that that specialize in research and in higher education, and we also have in Paris
ce monde de la, je dirais, de la sustainable science, de la science durable avec l'UNESCO.
UNESCO.
Les Nations Unies pour la science, l'enseignement
so the UN Agency for Science, Education and Culture, and the mandate of UNESCO is to move forward for sustainable science, and it does so as well. It does so in Paris, but it also does so around the world, and it does a tremendous work on sustainable development. Sustainable science is essential, and we also have many players involved in sustainable finance in Paris. And we have a big organization, which is the OECD, which is located in Paris. This it is at the OECD that ODA was invented, and international taxation in our new context. Well, this is all happening at the OECD. And there's also Paris Europlace near the OECD. The World Bank and the IMF also have offices in Paris, which are garnering more and more importance. So there's many players in Paris who are committed and who are creating this ecosystem. And when it comes to your question about the solutions for sustainability, dear Jeff, I think this has to go through a dialogue with the world of science and the world of finance. It's a dialogue that won't be easy, but of course we need to have a place where we can meet. So it doesn't always have to be Paris. This debate is also happening, and dialogue is also happening in New York, in many other capitals around the world, in Nairobi, for example. But all the Parisian players could really play their part in this dialogue. Here in Paris, we published a paper in the Journal du Dimanche at the beginning of the week, and Audrey Azoulay, Matthias Cormann, John Denton, the World Chamber of Commerce, all the Chamber of Commerce of the world have an office in Paris. And if you pay attention to what John Denton has been saying,
adopter la question des SDGs.
They
veulent aligner le monde des
have completely made the SDGs theirs, and they're conveying this message. They want to reach the SDGs. So let's build together this laboratory, this platform for solutions for sustainable development. Of course, this requires more implication, more financing. And this is why we are meeting today, and this is why we are meeting over the next 2 days in Paris. Thank you very much for your attention.
Un grand merci, Rémy. Thanks you so much.
Very much, Rémy.
Well, first of all, for coming despite the very busy agenda, but also for this forward-looking thoughts around the role of Paris in international development finance, but also the historical perspective on public development banks, the OECD, the official development assistance. So a major thank you, Rémy, for being with us today. Let's move on to our very last panel of the day. And so I would now like to welcome on stage our panelists for this session, who are all working on various pieces of this complex SDG financing puzzle. So I would like to invite Dr. Simona Marinescu on stage. Simona is the UN Senior Advisor on Financing and Development for SIDS at the United Nations Office for Project Services. I would then want to invite Dr. Salimul Huq, Director for the International Center for Climate Change and Development and Professor at the Independent University of Bangladesh. And I would also like to invite Dr. Naoko Ishii, the director for the Center for Global Commons at the University of Tokyo. Okay. So, as I said, I think it's a great panel because I think you're all working on different bits and pieces of this agenda. And maybe just to set the scene, and I will not try to summarize what we heard just now, it would be too difficult, but maybe 5 basic observations to help give some context for the summit in Paris starting tomorrow. So we heard from Jeff and others that clearly the SDGs are vastly off track. And I think this report that we're launching today, and the UN Secretary General also said, there's basically less than 20% of the target that are currently on track to be achieved, and it's even worse for the poorest and the most vulnerable countries in the world. That's the first point. The second point is the SDGs are largely an investment agenda into physical infrastructure and human capital, but many parts of the world lack the fiscal space to invest in the SDGs. I think there's right now more than 40 countries in the world that are on the verge of debt crisis. The third point is the annual SDG investment gap is significant, but is not out of reach. Now we heard some of the numbers today. It's, depending on the SDSN, the IMF, the OECD, we're talking about 1 to 4 trillion USD. These are important numbers. Now, in the scale of world global output, this is 1 to 4% of world global output. And again, global savings is at around, I looked this morning, 27 trillion, and rich countries mobilize $17 trillion in post-COVID recovery, right? Fourth, the UN Secretary General called for an SDG stimulus to scale up investment into the SDGs, but also for a reform of the global financial architecture to align global financing flows for the SDGs. And fifth, we've got a sequence of international summits and events that are coming up. One, of course, is starting tomorrow with this summit for a new global financing pact in Paris. We'll have a very important G20 summit in New Delhi in September. It's actually quite interesting because 4 presidencies in a row of the G20 are from the global south. We had Indonesia last year, India this year, Brazil, and we have Mayor Paes with us today. But then we're going to have South Africa as well. And then this SDG summit in September at heads of state level, the COP in Dubai, and the summit of the future in 2024. So that's for the overall context. And now I'd like to hear your thoughts on what are your expectations for this summit that is going to start tomorrow for a new global financing pact. What should this summit achieve? And I would like to start maybe with you, Salimul, if you could share some of your thoughts on why the summit is important and what it should achieve.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, and good afternoon to everybody. So let me start by recollecting the last time I was in Paris in 2015 in December at COP21, where we had a very, very big achievement in the Paris agreement, which many people didn't think we would get. And I must appreciate the government of France for having made that achievement. Unfortunately, we had a good agreement, but then 8-9 years later, we are nowhere near fulfilling what we had said we would do. So I am hopeful that this time around in Paris, in the next 2 days, when we will leave with real commitments to act by the leaders who are here, and not just negotiated text. I mean, one of the problems with the process that we have is we negotiate words until they become meaningless. You know, I just came from Bonn a few days ago, and they spent 10 days and couldn't come to decisions. 10 days of intensive discussions, and they couldn't come to decisions. That process is dysfunctional, not fit for purpose. And that's why I hope President Macron, getting the leaders that he has here, and Prime Minister Mia Mottley, can actually knock heads together for the decision makers that matter. And it doesn't have to be everybody, just has to be enough of them to make a decision to actually do whatever it is they decide needs to be done, and not look for consensus with the 193 countries. That process is just not working.
Thank you, Salimul. Naoko, what do you expect from this summit that's starting tomorrow? Why is it important?
I think I have been engaging with global negotiation for years, and I'm a little, as maybe Dr. Hack said, I'm fed up with this process of negotiations. We really need to go much deeper into the sources of the problem, and then kind of discussion on how we can really solve or address that problem. And just for instance, that I have been doing that, leading the GEF, Global Environment Facility, for 8 years. And during that time, it was an interesting time that the GEF, if you have any ideas that what the GEF is trying to do, is basically to safeguard the global commons. It's a global environment, not necessarily local environment, but the global commons. That is more like that the climate system is one, but the nature loss is another, the ocean, the land, and then the fertilizer cycle. Those are all global commons. The current financial system doesn't really address those global commons. It's very busy to addressing the national framework, finance coming out of national framework, but it's not really addressing that the global commons, by the way, which is very much shared by every country. And the current problem also is that the global north is quite responsible of a lot of pressure we are having on the planetary system, but the current system really doesn't have an instrument to let them address that issue or to pay for that. And then also it doesn't really have a system to reward that the global south or that the people who are safeguarding global commons in the economic way. So in many, many ways, when I see this based on my own experience of Global Environment Facility, the current system doesn't have this instrument to address the global commons. And I hope this discussion for tomorrow can have some kind of understanding of how can we fix the current system fit for purpose for those global common challenge. Then that in doing that, we want to make sure that there are the kind of natural economical transfer system from global north to global south. Not the handout, not the ODA, but the current system needs to find a way to actually economically reward the people who are safeguarding global commons. That's my hope for the discussion together.
Very interesting. And Simona, we'd like to have your perspective, because you're, of course, right now senior advisor at UNOPS, but you were just the former UN resident coordinator for Cook Islands, Niue, Samoa, and Tokelau. So you have a very let's say, practical experience of the challenges faced by SIDS. So what are your expectations for Paris?
Thank you so much, Guillaume, and allow me to also thank the Mayor, Honorable, and Hidalgo for hosting us here, and to thank SDSN for giving a voice to small island developing states. Obviously, great expectations this week, but as Samuel mentioned, this is not going to be the end of the road. We do acknowledge the fact that for the very first time, international financial institutions have come together to come up with a fairer system, with a less immoral development finance system. And let me just stress a little bit the importance of restoring justice into the development system. Professor Sachs spoke about that, and many of the speakers referred to that. But for small island developing states, which are 58 countries around the world, out of which 38 are members of the United Nations, so 20% of the membership of the United Nations, what is important is that we will not only look into more money, but we will focus on justice in access. If we only walk away from this process with more money without changing the eligibility criteria to this money, countries that are heavily indebted, countries that have moved to mid-income level, will not be able to take full benefit of that. So just to impress on the audience that what is critical is that we talk in Paris about a more generous system, as discussed, more money, a much more manageable debt management system, as well as obviously contingency financing. We talked about the SDRs and how they can support further development, but without changing the access criteria. The 1969 system that the president of AFD spoke about, we will not get far enough. Small island developing states today spend up to $3,000 US per capita public spending. I'm talking about public outlays. You and SDSN and Professor Sachs made an analysis, and Dr. Massa, who is here in the room, made an analysis showing that countries to make progress to the SDGs would need to spend a minimum of $18,000 US public spending again. So the component of development finance that is highly correlated with SDG progress is public spending. So since seeds spend 6 times less, just to avoid get even more indebted. We spoke about, the minister from Barbados spoke today about how indebted countries get after each hurricane or cyclone. In the Pacific, we had 7 named cyclones every year over the last 5 years. I served as resident coordinator. So we need to look into, again, creating fair access, and we work together on the multidimensional vulnerability index. I can refer briefly to it. And very importantly, the third component of that is changing the programmatic requirements. Most of the countries cannot fulfill all the requirements to be able to properly effectively utilize the Green Climate Fund, the GF, all those financial instruments that are vital. Again, absence of funds and incapacity of using development finance for sustainability is an existential threat to many countries, but to seeds primarily. So the requirements in the current system are impossible to meet by small governments, by governments that have very limited capacities. So I am happy to share that the multidimensional vulnerability index that adds to the GNI per capita a measurement of issues that countries have, many inherited that cannot change with policy, is now before the General Assembly. It will soon be discussed again this year, this very eventful year for development cooperation, and that based on that, we will be able to see countries, regardless of the level of income per capita, based on their vulnerabilities, access more financing. So our expectation this week, since I represent the United Nations, is that we keep the enthusiasm high, the commitment high, to bring again justice to the development finance system, and acknowledge that more money without access criteria changes and without programmatic requirements that could be met by countries will not resolve the problem. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Simona. There was already a lot in your response. Let me pick up on what you just said right now. So you are, of course, working on this measurement of vulnerabilities, and just a few numbers. I mean, we heard earlier today, the GDP drop in 2020 for Maldives was minus 33.5%. St. Lucia minus 24.4%. The Bahamas minus 23.8%. It's double digits that start with a 2, right? And so I'd like to hear from you, if we just go a little bit more into the depth of this. Can you say a few words about some of the instruments that can help here, and in particular on the IMF, the special drawing rights, but also other tools for financing SDGs in the long run in SIDS. We heard many times the Bridgetown Initiative being mentioned. Can you talk a little bit about some of the instruments that you believe are the most promising?
Sure, thank you so much. So first of all, the Bridgetown Initiative is fully reflected into the SDG stimulus of the Secretary General. So we do not talk about different frameworks. The whole language is built around ensuring that there is a different policy for that restructuring, that again, we restore justice into that restructuring. So if you're highly indebted, you're less likely to be able to secure any financing. So what's the morality of that? So a new policy on that restructuring, and is primarily looking into deferring debt repayment to a later stage to allow countries to be able to recover from COVID and then repay the debt into their means. The second important component is obviously the contingency financing that we discussed about here, which is more release of SDRs, but very importantly is actually rechanneling the dormant SDRs that sit with developed countries and are not being used through multilateral development banks to allow the development banks to release more instruments at a lower cost to countries that are in need. And of course, we talk about additional funding, development financing for all countries in need, which means that we talk about up to 1.2 trillion private financing that is supporting, of course, the net zero agenda. We also talk about pumping another 130 billion ODA, so additional ODA through development banks to allow them to multiply this into 5 billion more lending to countries, again, at a price that they can afford. So that's practically where we are. So that restructuring, more financing and contingency financing, which looks into the reuse of the SDRs. A little bit of more SDRs would also be welcome, so hopefully that will happen as well. For small island states, for instance, what is important is that SDRs, first of all, they need more. SDRs could also buy some disaster insurance, some parametric insurance that is so costly if you have 3-4 events every year, and possibly be channeled through development banks. So there's a promise when the IMF adopted the Resilience Sustainability Trust, there's a promise there that there will be a re-evaluation of the prescribed holders of SDRs to allow more development banks to come in, such as regional development banks. In the Caribbean, one of the speakers tomorrow in our session at 4:30 is the Caribbean Development Bank president, who made that very clear that a little bit of SDRs channeled through regional banks would allow regional banks to support better, not only SIDS, but other countries as well. So those are practically the instruments we are looking into. Of course, there are other topics, but just to conclude, on the SIDS, what is expected is that short-term financing would need to be parametric insurance. It's critical. As we move into mid-term, we look into debt relief, debt restructuring, debt swaps, state contingent debt instruments to allow them to get a little bit of fresh air. And for long-term, as Professor Sachs mentioned, using the integrated national financing framework of the United Nations, we look into SDG bonds, we look into resilience bonds, we look into loss and damage funding arrangements, we look into low carbon growth fund resources, so the instruments that would allow countries to have that 20, 30-year development vision, without which we won't get too far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simona. It was actually quite interesting to hear from Honorable Minister from Barbados earlier today that he sees potential in sustainability-themed bonds, for instance. So that was interesting. So let me turn over to you, Salimul. I believe some of you know you as one of the COP veterans. The rumor says you did not miss a single COP since Berlin, Germany in March 1995. You've also been a long-time advisor of the LDC group in the UNFCCC. Before we just dive into the instruments and the mechanisms and so on, could you just give us a historical perspective on the evolution of the discourse and the narrative around this term loss and damages? I mean, both adaptation, but more specifically this loss and damage term.
Sure. So let me hark back to my mention of being in Paris in 2015 with the historic Paris Agreement. One of the clear outcomes, very positive outcomes from the developing countries' perspective, was a promise by the developed countries to provide $100 billion a year to support mitigation and adaptation, starting from 2020, not 2015. So they gave themselves 5 years from now, we will provide $100 billion a year. Now 2020 is now 3 years ago, and they haven't done it, right? They might do it this year. I hope maybe in the next 48 hours they'll announce they've reached 100 billion for 2023, but they haven't done it yet, all right? So promises made and promises not kept is also very much detrimental to any kind of meeting and discussion. But now we have a new kid on the block. In Paris, we didn't talk about loss and damage finance. The money was just mitigation and adaptation because that was what was needed then. But now, in 2023, we have already entered the era of impacts attributable to human-induced climate change that are causing losses and damages that people are suffering. And just to give you an example, I flew a few days ago from Dhaka, Bangladesh, where we've had 2 successive heat waves. Now, Bangladesh is very good at adapting to cyclones and floods, which we get a lot of. But heat waves is new for us. Temperature went over 42 degrees. Students in school were collapsing, and we just don't know how to deal with it. And so we now have losses and damages from human-induced climate change as, in my view, the #1 issue that we need to address. Now, we don't need trillions right now, but we do need tens of millions and hundreds of millions that the leaders who are going to arrive in Paris in the next 24 hours can write a check for while they're here. And I expect them to do that. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's talk checks, let's talk financing mechanisms. You've of course been vocal, I believe, at COP Glasgow 2021 about what you call the globe's climate finance scandal, so the lack of delivery of this US 100 billion. Tell me, Salimul, what do you see as the most promising mechanisms to finance those loss and damage? There's of course, debt relief, a new dedicated fund, fiscal policy, the taxation on aviation. I believe you commented on what France is doing not long ago. What are, in your view, the most promising mechanisms?
So one of the issues that even developing countries have struggled with in asking for more funding for loss and damage, which fortunately we did get an agreement on in Sharm el-Sheikh last year in COP27, is that it should not cannibalize funds that are supposed to be coming for adaptation. And in my view, in order for that to not happen, we need to be looking at innovative sources of finance from wherever we can. Taxing polluters, taxing the financial system, a maritime levy, and something I'm very keen to promote is an air passenger levy, which the French government has done for a number of years. It works. The airlines collect it from the passengers. Passengers don't even know they're paying for it anymore. They collect 200 million a year. Over the last 10 years, that's 2 billion euros, which they give to the health fund. Why not Germany? Why not European countries? Why not the Middle East, the United Arab Emirates? Impose it on their own airlines. This is a decision any government can make to tax their own airlines. It doesn't need a required agreement across everybody. Put a few dollars tax and put the money into a loss and damage fund. So if the European Union were to do it country by country, we're talking 100 million a year, which would be available for a new loss and damage fund. And air passengers, I would argue, are actually more responsible for pollution. They are polluters and should pay for the loss and damage fund rather than pay for the HIV/AIDS, which is not really something that they are responsible for. The French government have just decided that's what they're going to use the money for. But I think we need to be doing much more in terms of innovative sources of finance and doing them quickly. That really is the key, because we don't have time to waste.
Good. Naoko, can you tell us a bit about your work at the CGC, the Center for Global Commons, but also about a specific paper that you're working on, and I believe will be published in July, on options for financing the protection, the restoration of the global commons, and in particular, I think you've been quite vocal on the importance of costing natural capital.
Yeah, thank you. As I just said, my passion, which came from my GEF time, is to how to create the community, global community, to safeguard the global commons. And that passion I inherited, and when I joined the University of Tokyo, we created the Center for Global Commons, and that's the history. Then the work which we are doing together with the international partners, including SDSN, but also WRI, the PIC, and the Systemic, and others, are trying to come up with this framework Today we hear a lot about framework, that how we can set the framework and then identify the targets and the, targets, but also instruments how to achieve it. So that is the essence. So that we had a little bit of this modeling exercise too, how to shift the system to achieve or safeguard the global commons. So we talk a little bit of this maybe short-term, long-term, the money side, but then our work is mostly focusing on the system transformation side. As many of the institutions are doing, we have chosen that, of course, energy transition, but also food system transformation, sustainable cities transition, and the circular economy kind of thing. So how we can really trigger those transformational system change to safeguard the global commons. That's a kind of framework we are thinking of. Then that creates a very interesting results so far. And as one of the okay, let me just now step back a little bit. Why we are focusing on the system change? Because that is the fundamental sources of the problem we do have now. That all the issues like climate change, nature loss, that the pollution thing, or that the hydrological cycle and the fertilizer cycle is basically the collision between current human economic and social system with the capacity of the planetary Earth. So without really shifting our economic system, we continue to have the same problem for years. So that's why that our passion is how we can really shift or transform the current economic system. That was our mission of the center. So that there are several instruments. One is modeling. Today we talk a little bit about scenario, how much energy transition we need, how much food system transformation, what the role of cities, so So it's more like a system analysis or the scenario analysis. But also we also come up with a dashboard of the index of that which country is responsible for the program and how much. And that is the Global Commons Stewardship Index, which we are doing together with SDSN and under your leadership, Guillaume, and that we ranked and scored the performance of 150 countries and not only climate system, but also the nature loss, the biodiversity and the land and water and those kind of the important indicators. And I just want to share with two very interesting outcomes. One, it's not just the global north, but the entire G20 big economies are also responsible for environmental pressure. So that so we need to be very mindful. It's not just the north-south, but it's also the huge responsibility of the G20 as a big production, but also consumption countries. The second outcome from that research is that those impacts are kind of transnational, transborder. For instance, we, Japan, imported more than 60% of the food. And through that importation, that we actually put a lot of pressure by deforesting the forest countries and then using a lot of water. When the producing country grow the vegetable, we use a lot of fertilizer through those importations, so that we, the consuming country, are quite responsible for the environmental pressure in the outside our national boundaries. But the current system doesn't really capture it. NDC is basically only focusing on the production within the border. But most of the problem actually coming from outside the border. We have to find a way to how to capture them and how to price them, because under the current system, as I said at the beginning, doesn't really appreciate the cost or the value of the natural capital. And without really adequately valuing the natural capital, we continue to have the same problem. So that's why we were very keen to see, not only just to take the natural capital as a risk point of view, which we are doing a lot of things, but how we can really create a system to value that the natural capital, not only just emotional thing, but as a monetary value of the natural capital. If we were able to do it, we will be able to actually to reward, transfer the resources to the global south and reward those the people who are safeguarding global commons, be it it's smallholder farmers in the global south, fisheries community, forest community, and those people who are doing safeguarding natural capital for the planet. If the economic system can reward them, it's going to be much more lasting, much more sustainable, and the economic and financial system which we are trying to aim at. And that is one of the proposals our joint paper try to ask the world.
I just wanted to say that Naoko touched on a very important point. We talk at the United Nations about beyond the GDP agenda. So that's precisely the point. So you mentioned the GDP per capita growth rate in countries after the crisis. So this is a measurement of the flow, is the performance of the economy on an annual basis. But countries also have stock, which is the national wealth, out of which natural capital is the most important. By not valuating the natural capital, countries cannot improve their borrowing position, to be very honest, because those are assets that have market value that would strengthen their position when they start borrowing. Extremely important, as Naoko mentioned, this is a source of, potential source of resources. So on one hand, you're stronger when you borrow. On the other hand, should that be adopted as a measurement of fairness, if you wish, recognition that resources of other countries produce the food you're consuming, with affecting their quality of life in the long term, that would be an interesting step forward. Let me just say that the loss and damage was not on the agenda at the Paris Agreement, because at the time we didn't want to shame and blame anyone. So it was a reunion of friends. So we thought that we would do mitigation and adaptation together, and we will not need to shame or blame anyone. So that world has gone. So seeds can no longer wait for that kind of solidarity to be restored. So that's why we talk about loss and damage. Samuel and Naoko mentioned sources. Of course, we talk about levies on fossil fuel, on the extraction itself, on air. We talk about levy on international shipping. We talk about the windfall taxation for companies, fossil fuel companies who speculate, energy crisis and make huge profits. We also talk about financing transaction tax, as well as a little bit of new taxes on stock buyback when companies are buying back their shares to control and raise, if you wish, the price of the shares in the market. So there are some ideas on the table. But the IMF has promised a carbon pricing floor. We discussed about that 2 years in a row. So that's a very interesting idea. So whoever is flaring carbon in the air would need to pay a tax that is a pricing floor that would mean to grow from, let's say, a few dollars per ton of carbon to $75 by 2030. That would be a great incentive for the economies to green. So hopefully that will happen. Otherwise, we will stick with those innovative ideas that may not raise enough funds for what is required. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simona, and we're gonna have to end this panel fairly soon. But I just wanted to build on what you were saying, Naoko. You mentioned, and it's been mentioned today a number of times, the role of the G20. You mentioned also that a country like Japan is generating quite a lot of those external negative spillovers on the rest of the world. Can you say a few words about Japan specifically and its leadership within the G20, but also right now as the president, Japan has the presidency of the G7. How do you perceive the leadership of Japan on those issues?
Yeah, actually, as a president of the G7, one thing which which I am kind of proud of is that at least at the G7 the community, we present this TNFD, this natural capital, as a quite important point forward. So that the TNFD is still, in my understanding, to take the natural capital more on the risk side, but if we are able to make it a positive, as actually that stock for investment, then the world will change. So that is a homework for G7, how to change the perspective from that risk towards that potential asset, the sources of the target of the investment. That's one. Another good thing about G7 is just this perspective of inviting Global South to be a part of our partner. That's another good avenue to move forward, because it's not just the G7, trying to address this, but then it is really the global agenda, and where that the Global South really have a great opportunity, responsibility, and partnership. So that then from that point of view, if we are able to, broaden this dialogue towards the Global South, I think that then we will achieve a lot of the, sustainable and equitable, prosperous future for.
Well, we will end on those very nice words. Thank you so much, Simona, Naoko, Salimul, for being on this panel today. And please join me with a round of applause for our panelists today. Thank you. So we will now close the panel, but not only the panel, the event as a whole for today. And so there were supposed to be some closing remarks from Mayor Hidalgo, but unfortunately there's a fire going on in Paris, so Mayor Hidalgo had to leave. Let me just take a moment to thank all of our speakers today, the Mairie de Paris and the team that worked so hard for making this event possible, Paul David, Thomas, Grégoire, Oriane et bien d'autres, the interpreters, the film crew, all the technical staff that's been involved today, and finally the whole SDSN team who worked really hard on the report, but also to make this event possible. Of course, our President Jeffrey Sachs, but also my colleagues, and in particular, I would like to thank Eamon, Drum, and Grayson Fuller for the hard work these past couple of weeks. The Sustainable Development Report 2023 is available, and we look forward to continuing this conversation with all of you over the next 2 days at the summit. We wish you all a very fruitful summit, and thank you so much for joining us today. Au revoir. Merci.